This is called NPV, right? The second method is called IRR, internal rate of return. As the name suggests, it is the rate of return that business is earning. What is the method of calculation? You go on increasing or decreasing the discount rate on trial and error method. The rate at which all your future inflows discounted to the present value and all your future outflows discounted to the present value is equal, that discounting rate is called internal rate of return. So internal rate of return is a trial and error method through which you want to arrive at what point my discounting rate, my inflows are equal to my outflows, right? So for example, आपका cost of capital 10% था, आपका प्रेजेंट वैल्यू जो हम निकाल रहे थे इनफ्लोज का, वो मेरा सपोज कीजिए 1,10,000 आया और मेरा प्रेजेंट वैल्यू ऑफ आउटफ्लोज 1 लाख है. सो माई इनफ्लोज आर मोर इवन आफ्टर डिस्काउंटिंग बाय 10% कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल. दैट मीन्स माई बिजनेस इज अर्निंग 10,000 एक्स्ट्रा ओवर एंड एबव माई 10% कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल. अगर मैं ये डिस्काउंटिंग रेट 10% को बढ़ा करके 10.5% कर देता हूं, तो माई एनपीवी में बिकम इक्वल टू माई आउटफ्लो, सॉरी माई इनफ्लोज में बिकम इक्वल टू आउटफ्लो, बिकॉज मैं डिस्काउंटिंग रेट बढ़ाऊंगा तो प्रेजेंट वैल्यू ऑफ इनफ्लोज कम हो जाएंगे. सो इट में हैपन कि प्रेजेंट वैल्यू ऑफ इनफ्लो आपका 1 लाख हो गया और आउटफ्लो भी 1 लाख हो गया, नेट पे भी इज 0. सो माई IRR इज इक्वल टू 10.5%, राइट. ये मेथड है आपका एनपीवी निकालने का. सारे इनफ्लोज को हमने डिस्काउंट कर लिए कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल से और हमारा पीवी से उसको हम लोगों ने कंपैरिजन कर लिया. IRR इज ए ट्रायल एरर मेथड. 10%, 11%, 12% आ गया. अब दोनों में क्या डिफरेंस है ये मैं बताता हूं. एनपीवी आपको हमेशा पॉजिटिव वैल्यू टर्म्स में देगा, ओवर एंड अबव द कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल. IRR हमेशा रिटर्न परसेंटेज टर्म में देगा, बिकॉज हमको एनपीवी को जीरो करना है. IRR इज द परसेंटेज टर्म रिटर्न. IRR को हम सीधे सीधे कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल के परसेंटेज से कंपेयर कर लेते हैं. सपोज योर IRR इज 11% और 12% and your cost of capital is 10%. That means your business is giving 2% return extra over and above your cost of capital. So project is acceptable. But there are basic differences between NPV and IRR. NPV में हम जो डिस्काउंटिंग करते हैं वो कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल से करते हैं, और IRR में जो हम डिस्काउंटिंग करते हैं वो रेट ऑफ रिटर्न से कर रहे हैं. अगर हम डिस्काउंटिंग कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल से कर रहे हैं तो जैसा मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बोला था कि डिस्काउंटिंग इज नथिंग बट कंपाउंडिंग. दैट मीन्स हम एज्यूम करते हैं कि जो मेरा इनफ्लोज आ रहा है बिजनेस में वो मैं बिजनेस में री इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं एट माई कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल. मैं इसको रिपीट करता हूं. सपोज योर कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल इज 10% एंड योर IRR इज 12%. 1 लाख रुपए हमने बिजनेस में कैपिटल लगाया. सपोज फर्स्ट 1000 मैंने 5,000 रुपीज अर्न किया रिटर्न. एनपीवी क्या करता है, इस 5,000 को 10% से डिस्काउंट करता है, और IRR क्या करेगा, इसको 12% से डिस्काउंट करेगा, बिकॉज मेथड. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि ये जो 5,000 आपने फर्स्ट ईयर अर्न किया ऑन दिस कैपिटल ऑफ 1 लाख, ये 5,000 को आप दोबारा जो री इन्वेस्ट करेंगे वो कहां करेंगे और कैसे करेंगे. एनपीवी मेथड एज्यूम करता है कि ये कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल पर री इन्वेस्ट होगा, बिकॉज दैट इज द मिनिमम बेंचमार्क कैपिटल जिसके बिना आप कहीं इन्वेस्ट करेंगे ही नहीं. बट IRR एज्यूम करता है कि ये कैपिटल को भी, ये रिटर्न को भी आप 12% में ही री इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, जो कि नॉर्मली पॉसिबल नहीं होता है. से फॉर एग्जांपल आप एक प्रोजेक्ट में बिजनेस में अर्न कर रहे हैं, जरूरी नहीं है कि आप उस पैसे को उसी प्रोजेक्ट में डालें. उसके कैश फ्लोज को आप कहीं और इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, और वो जरूरी नहीं है कि वो जो दूसरी जगह आपने इन्वेस्ट किया वो इतना ही हो. So IRR assumes that all the cash flows are reinvested into the business at the same rate of return, which is not normally a possibility. But if it assumes that it is being reinvested at the cost of capital, ये बिल्कुल possible है, क्योंकि cost of capital से कम पर हम कभी invest नहीं करते हैं. So this is the two fundamental difference between IRR and NPV. That is why many times NPV method is preferred over IRR. But IRR is since simpler. That is why we considered it as the benchmark method of calculation of any project or evaluation of any project. But it has got certain limitations, like अब आप समझिए कि आपका फर्स्ट 3 इयर्स में सपोज कीजिए लॉस कैश फ्लो आ रहा है, निगेटिव कैश फ्लोज आ रहा है, देयर इज ऑल पॉसिबिलिटी कि आपने जो कैपिटल इन्वेस्ट किया उसके फर्स्ट 3 इयर्स में आपके निगेटिव कैश फ्लोज आ रहे हैं, राइट? अगर आपका निगेटिव कैश फ्लोज आ रहा है, इसका मतलब वो एक तरह का आउटफ्लो हो गया बिजनेस से। क्या आपका आउटफ्लो कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल पर कैलकुलेट होगा या आपका आउटफ्लो वो 12% रिटर्न पर कैलकुलेट होगा? बिकॉज आपने जो आउटफ्लो बिजनेस में लगाया, वो पूंजी आपने कहीं से फाइनेंस की है, उसका कॉस्ट तो आपका कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल है। तो आपके जो निगेटिव कैश फ्लोज होते हैं आईआरआर मेथड में, उसको भी 12% पर एज्यूम करके कैलकुलेट किया जाएगा, विच इज नॉट करेक्ट। दूसरा, आईआरआर में ऑल कैश फ्लो शुड बी री इन्वेस्टेड एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल, सॉरी एट द 12% रिटर्न इज ऑल्सो नॉट ए वेरी गुड मेथड ऑफ अजम्पशन। इसलिए एक इम्प्रोवाइज्ड आईआरआर निकलता है विच इज कॉल्ड एमआईआरआर, विच इज कॉल्ड मॉडिफाइड इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न। और ये जो मॉडिफाइड इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न है, ये दो चीजें अज्यूम करता है कि अगर आपका आउटफ्लोज है तो वो फाइनेंसिंग कॉस्ट पर होना चाहिए, और आपका जो इनफ्लोज है वो आपके कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल पर होना चाहिए। और इस ढंग से उसको आप कंपाउंड करते जाइए फ्यूचर वैल्यू तक, और उस फ्यूचर वैल्यू को फिर आप ट्रायल एरर मेथड से डिस्काउंट करते जाइए टू गेट द एमआईआरआर। मीन्स ये दोनों कॉम्बिनेशन उसने यूज कर लिया। फर्स्ट, आप कंपाउंड करते जाइए आपको रिटर्न को एज ऑन कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल, and then you go on discounting with the trial and error rate, which is called MIRR. So MIRR is an improvisation of IRR. So it takes the concept of NPV and IRR both. This is the formula of MIRR. The basic thing is, it assumes that all the future cash inflows are reinvested at cost of capital, and all the cash outflows are being considered on financing cost. बहुत समय ऐसा होगा कि आपका ये financing cost और आपका cost of capital अगर same होगा तो formula और simple हो जाएगा. Now this is the basic comparison between NPV, IRR and MIRR. I can take 1 or 2 questions if you have, otherwise the next faculty is waiting for your session. Yeah.
सर, मैं RI3 CMTI से राजू शर्मा। सर, मेरा एक क्वेश्चन एमडीओ रिलेटेड है सर। कैश इनफ्लो in all options, sir, whether it is departmental, partial outsource or both outsource or MDO mode, is same. That is the sales realization. But sir, जब हम IRR देखते हैं सर, तो मेरे MDO मोड में जो IRR आ रहा है वो मतलब डिपार्टमेंटल मोड से थोड़ा ही बेटर आ रहा है, इवन पार्शियल आउटसोर्स को भी नहीं क्रॉस कर पा रहा है। देखिए सर, तो कैपेक्स एंड ओपेक्स जो हुआ, दैट इज ओनली द कैश आउटफ्लो, और एमडीओ मोड में मेरा कैपेक्स तो सिर्फ लैंड प्राइस एंड आरएनआर, दैट मीन्स ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट इज हायर। यही है, बस एक कंफ्यूजन है सर।
ठीक है, आपने जो क्वेश्चन पूछा, अगर मैं समझाऊं तो मैं उसको एक्सप्लेन करता हूं। अगर आप अपने लिए कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं, देन कॉस्ट ऑफ लैंड इज योर कैपेक्स, राइट? और ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट में एक कॉस्ट जो आप एमडीओ ऑपरेटर को दे रहे हैं पर टन बेसिस पर, दैट इज योर, बट वो जो आप पर टन बेसिस पर दे रहे हैं वो ऑपरेटर का रेवेन्यू एज वेल एज कैपिटल एज वेल एज प्रॉफिट, सारे कॉस्ट को डिस्काउंट करके लाया हुआ कॉस्ट है, राइट? इसके अलावा आपके कुछ ओवरहेड्स होंगे जो आप इनकर कर रहे हैं अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए, नॉर्मली आप वो कैलकुलेट नहीं करते हैं, बट दैट शुड ऑल्सो बी कंसिडर्ड स्पेसिफिक टू द प्रोजेक्ट। अगर वो रेट हाई कोट किया है एमडीओ ने, अपने प्रॉफिट्स को भी डिस्काउंट करके रखा हुआ है, उसमें हाई कोट करके रखा हुआ है, तो वो कॉस्ट प्लस आपका कैपेक्स कॉस्ट, अगर आप दोनों के कैश फ्लोज को डिस्काउंट करेंगे तब तो आपका वो हाई आएगा ही आएगा। लेकिन द पॉइंट इज कि अगर वो पॉजिटिव भी आ रहा है आपके आउटसोर्स मॉडल से भी, तो वो एक्स्ट्रा जनरेट कर रहा है। दैट इज द एक्स्ट्रा दैट यू आर जनरेटिंग ओवर एंड अबव योर एग्जिस्टिंग बिजनेस मॉडल। नंबर 2, आप जो अपने एग्जिस्टिंग मॉडल का जो आप इनफ्लोज एंड आउटफ्लोज लेते हैं, अब बहुत सारे ऐसे काम जो एमडीओज को आपने दे दिए हैं, वो आपके डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स करते थे, से फॉर एग्जांपल एनवायरनमेंट डिपार्टमेंट, ये डिपार्टमेंट, वो डिपार्टमेंट, जिसके कॉस्ट को आप अपने ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट में नहीं लेते थे जब आप अपना एनपीवी कैलकुलेट करते थे। आप कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं? आपका जो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट आपने कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को दिया, सिर्फ वही दिया। लेकिन आज जो कंप्लायंसेस बहुत सारे आपने ट्रांसफर कर दिए हैं एमडीओस को, जो आपके डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स करते थे, उसका कॉस्ट आपने पहले से नहीं कंसीडर किया हुआ है, जो पास ऑन कर दिया गया है एमडीओ को। और एमडीओ उस कॉस्ट को तो डेफिनेटली कंसीडर करेगा, अपने जो प्राइस कोट करेगा आपको, वो उसके तो सारे ओवरहेड, सारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ओवरहेड, सारे चीज़ों को वो ऐड करेगा जो आप खुद से पहले करते थे और जो आप कंसीडर नहीं करते थे अपने एनपीवी या आईआरआर कैलकुलेशन में। उसके चलते भी थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस आ रहा है। अगर आप उसको कॉस्ट को अगर आप अपने कॉस्ट में कंसीडर कर लेंगे, आप देखेंगे डिफरेंस और बड़ा हो जाएगा। आई होप कि मैं आपका आंसर को मैं आपको दे पाया आपके क्वेश्चन को।
सर तो फिर कोल ओबी बोथ आउटसोर्स ऑप्शन वो ज़्यादा हमें अट्रैक्टिव लग रहा है सर।
देखिए, आप कोल और ओबी आउटसोर्सिंग की जो बात बोल रहे हैं, ये तो कंपैरिजन की बात है। आप कैसे, किस बेसिस ऑफ डेटा पर आप बोल रहे हैं, वो देखूंगा तो बता पाऊंगा। बट आपके क्वेश्चन से जो मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि आप जो कोल और ओबी का जो कॉस्ट कंसीडर करते हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को जो पे करते हैं, सिर्फ वही कॉस्ट आप लेते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
लेकिन आपके जितने ओवरहेड्स कॉस्ट हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ओवर, जैसे मान लीजिए हमारा एनवायरनमेंट डिपार्टमेंट का जितना कॉस्ट है, उसका कोई प्रोपोर्शनेट कॉस्ट तो आप उसमें नहीं डालते हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ओवरहेड तो नहीं डालते हैं। आप जो डिफरेंट गवर्नमेंट को पे करते हैं, डिफरेंट चार्जेस, नॉर्मली यू डोंट कंसीडर। एमडीओज में उसमें बहुत सारे कॉस्ट हमने क्या किया, एमडीओ ऑपरेटर को ट्रांसफर कर दिए हैं, दैट वी आर गोइंग टू सेव। अगर वो मेरा फिक्स कॉस्ट नहीं है तो वो मेरे लिए सेविंग्स है। अगर इमीडिएट सेविंग नहीं है तो ओवर द लॉन्गर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम डेफिनेटली वो मेरी सेविंग है। वो सेविंग को हम अपने इन्फ्लोज में नहीं लेते हैं, इसके चलते भी वो डिफरेंस है। सो वो जब कंपैरिजन करें तो जो जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमने एनआईटी में ऑपरेटर को ट्रांसफर की है, उन सब का कॉस्ट जब तक आप अपने एग्जिस्टिंग आउटसोर्स मोड में नहीं लेंगे, तब तक वो कंपैरिजन जस्टिफाइड नहीं होगा।
ठीक है सर।
या
अच्छा, आईआरआर जो हम लोग 12% पकड़ता है एमडीओ मोड में, वो क्यों हम लोग 12% पकड़ रहा है?
देखिए, इस क्यों का पूरा आंसर तो मैं नहीं दे पाऊंगा, लेकिन कैसे पकड़ते ये मैं बता सकता हूँ। सपोज कीजिए मुझे इस प्रोजेक्ट से 12% रिटर्न चाहिए, ऐसे मुझे जो पता था, सर बताएंगे, 1998 में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एक सर्कुलर था जिसमें वो 12% बोलता था। बट ये टोटली डिपेंड करता है आपके कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल पर। सपोज कीजिए आपका फाइनेंसिंग कॉस्ट बहुत सस्ता हो गया तो ये 12% को आप कम भी कर सकते हैं। बट सिंस वी आर बीइंग गाइडेड बाय गवर्नमेंट सर्कुलर्स एंड ऑल, तो वो 12% हम लोगों के दिमाग में है। लेटेस्ट क्या है ये मैं नहीं जानता हूँ, बट ये टोटली डिपेंड करता है आपके कॉस्ट ऑफ फाइनेंसिंग पर। जैसे मान लीजिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया आपके बिजनेस में पैसा लगाया, आपका जो शेयर कैपिटल है वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने लगाया है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अपने पैसे को हर जगह यूज़ करता है और प्लस अपने बजट के एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए वो फाइनेंसिंग करता है। हर साल जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का बजट आता है उसमें एक डेफिसिट होती है। अब एक एग्जांपल देता हूं आपको, आपका टोटल एक्यूमुलेटेड डेट ऑन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज ऑलमोस्ट नाउ 1 लाख करोड़, सॉरी 100 लाख करोड़। अब वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया क्या करती है, डोमेस्टिक फाइनेंसिंग करती है। से फॉर एग्जांपल आप जब एनएससी खरीदते हैं, नेशनल सेविंग सर्टिफिकेट्स, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया आपको 7% इंटरेस्ट उस पर दे रही है। इट्स अ सॉर्ट ऑफ लोन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज टेकिंग फ्रॉम यू फॉर फाइनेंसिंग देयर एक्सपेंडिचर। तो जब वो उस पैसे को लेकर के कहीं बिजनेस में डालने जाएगी तो वो क्या करती है, अपना एक प्रीमियम ऐड करती है अपने कॉस्ट प्लस प्रॉफिट को जोड़ करके कि मुझे इतना तो चाहिए। तो जब जब फाइनेंसिंग कॉस्ट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का बढ़ेगा वो अपना आईआरआर को बढ़ा करके करेगी, बट इतना फ्रीक्वेंट वो चेंज नहीं करती है। 12% के लिए जहां तक मैं जानता हूं कि वो 98 का एक सर्कुलर था कि 12% आईआरआर लेकर के प्रोजेक्ट्स को इवैल्यूएट करना है, वो है। इसके बाद वो चेंजेस हुआ है तो मुझे आइडिया नहीं है, बट ये 12% इसीलिए कंसीडर करते हैं। आई होप सर कैन ऐड समथिंग टू दिस। पहले 14 था, उसको फिर 12 किया, तो वही है सर अभी भी ना। तो अगर वो गवर्नमेंट का ही आ जाए, बिकॉज हमारे पास पैसा किसने लगाया, गवर्नमेंट ने लगाया है, तो गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कि मेरे पैसे पर 12% अर्न करोगे तो लगाना, अदरवाइज नहीं लगाना। सो वी आर ऑल मैनेजर्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया फॉर इन्वेस्टिंग देयर कैपिटल, so that is why we are under foundation to invest into the project where we get minimum 12% return.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, we generally consider our IRR to be 12% for the project to be viable. Definitely, our cost of capital will be much lower than that. Then, why do we consider the interest on working capital as 14.5% in all our project reports?
See, you know, interest on working capital and capital has got two different style and methods. Suppose you are going to take personal loan, बैठ जाइए. इंटरेस्ट का रिलेशन जो होता है वो रिस्क से होता है, उसके टाइम पीरियड से होता है. एनी इंटरेस्ट हैज गॉट रिलेशन विद द रिस्क. अगर मान लीजिए आपका अगर रिस्क प्रोफाइल बहुत कम है तो बैंक आपको कम रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पर देता है. अगर आपका रिस्क प्रोफाइल ज़्यादा है तो बैंक आपको बहुत ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट रेट पर रिस्क देता है. दूसरा, उसका टाइमिंग से एक रिलेशन होता है. अगर मुझे गारंटी 10 साल के लिए कोई रिटर्न मिल जा रही है, सपोज आज मुझे अगर कोई 6% 10 साल के लिए गारंटी अगर दे दे तो मैं उसको इन्वेस्ट कर दूं. बिकॉज जितने लॉन्गर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम में हम जाएंगे उतना रिस्क हम ट्रांसफर करते हैं किसी और को. अगर मेरा पैसा 6% पर 10 साल के लिए गारंटी पर मैं कहीं इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं तो ये रिस्क मैं क्या कर रहा हूं, ट्रांसफर करता हूं कहीं पर भी. तो मैं अगर आपको रिस्क पर ट्रांसफर करूंगा तो वो रेट को क्या करते हैं, वो कम कर देते हैं. अगर आप 10 साल के लिए लोन ले लेते हैं किसी को 6% पर, तो वो उन्होंने अपना रिस्क अपने आपको ट्रांसफर कर दिया, क्योंकि अब 10 साल तक जो भी मार्केट में फ्लक्चुएशंस होगा उसका मैं भुगतान करूंगा, क्योंकि आपने तो मुझे कमिट कर लिया है. अगर मैं कैपिटल के लिए लोन लिया हूं फॉर 10 ईयर्स, 9% पर अगर मुझे लोन मिल गया, मतलब अगले 10 साल तक मार्केट में जो फ्लक्चुएशन होगा उसका रिस्क मेरा नहीं है, मेरा है, बैंक का नहीं है, बिकॉज बैंक ने तो मुझे कमिट कर लिया. अगर बैंक आपको आज लोन दे रहा है 6 महीने के लिए, तो 6 महीने के बाद जब आप उसको पैसा को वापस करेंगे तो बैंक को फिर उस पैसे को कहीं और इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा. तो जितना लॉन्गर पीरियड ऑफ टाइम होता है उतना रिस्क बढ़ता है. तो लोन में क्या होता है, बैंक ने उस रिस्क को मुझे ट्रांसफर कर दिया, इसलिए वो कम पर डिस्काउंट कर देता है. अगर वो रिस्क ट्रांसफर नहीं होगा तो उसमें ऐड कर देगा. सो इंटरेस्ट हैज गॉट डायरेक्ट रिलेशन विद रिस्क, एंड रिस्क मींस फ्लक्चुएशंस इन द मार्केट. दूसरा है कि किस बिजनेस में आप पैसे को लगा रहे हैं. आप रियल एस्टेट के लिए लोन लेने जाइएगा, अलग होगा. कार के लिए लोन लेने जाइएगा, अलग होगा. हाउस के लिए लोन लेने जाइएगा, अलग होगा, क्योंकि वो उसको प्लेज करता है. प्लेज इन द सेंस कि आप वर्किंग कैपिटल के लिए लोन लिए, आपके स्टॉक के लिए लोन लिए. सपोज कीजिए आपने शॉप के लिए लोन लिया, आपके जितने शॉप में सामान है उसके लिए आपने लोन लिया. कल को अगर आपको उसको लोन रिपे नहीं कर पाए तो उसके पास यही रहता है कि आपके सामान को फ्रीज करके बेच सके. उसको बेचने से उसका जो रियलाइजेशन होगा, दैट इज द रिस्क कवरेज. अगर उसका रियलाइजेशन सही नहीं है तो उसको कंपेंसेट करने के लिए क्या करेगा, वो रिस्क को, इंटरेस्ट को बढ़ा देगा. आप हाउस लोन लेने जाइएगा, नॉर्मली आपका इंटरेस्ट रेट कम होता है, बिकॉज हाउस इज एट प्लेज, जिसका वैल्यू बढ़ता जाता है तो उसका इंटरेस्ट पूरा कवरेज होता है. आप कार का लोन लेने जाएंगे, आपको 100% कभी लोन नहीं देगा, आपको 80-85% लोन देगा, क्योंकि उसको पता है कि एक दिन की भी चली हुई कार अगर उसको फॉरफिट करके बेचना पड़े तो वह 80% से ज़्यादा में नहीं बिकेगा. तो बोलता है 20% आप लगाइए, मेरा कवरेज सिर्फ 80% रहेगा. इट्स ऑल अबाउट द रिस्क कवरेज, जिसके चलते तो वर्किंग कैपिटल में रिस्क ज़्यादा होता है, इसलिए उसके रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट ज़्यादा होते हैं.
सर, तो 14.5 फिर भी ज़्यादा नहीं है, मतलब 9-10% इधर अगर हमारा कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल आता है, दिस इज डिफरेंस इज मच हायर.
देखिए, ये आर्गुमेंट हो सकता है कि ये 14% ज़्यादा हो है या कम है, बट मैं कंपैरिजन में बता रहा हूँ कि आपके जो लॉन्ग टर्म कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल है उससे वो ज़्यादा रहेगा. ये जो 14.5% है, ये डिफरेंट, इट डिपेंड्स ऑन मार्केट एवरेज रिटर्न, मार्केट रिस्क परसेप्शन. अगर मार्केट में जैसे मान लीजिए आपका रिपो रेट अभी काफ़ी बढ़ गया, एक साल पहले हम लोगों ने एफडी किया था 3.4% पर, अभी एफडी मेरा हो रहा है 7% पर. विद इन ए स्पैन ऑफ 1 ईयर हम लोगों ने 800 करोड़ के एफडी तोड़ करके री इन्वेस्ट करके 5 करोड़ रुपये कमा लिए. विद इन ए स्पैन ऑफ 1 ईयर द इंटरेस्ट रेट हैज गॉट डबल्ड बिकॉज ऑफ द मार्केट फोर्सेस. तो मार्केट फोर्सेस जब जब चेंज होगा, ये 14.5 हो सकता है आप 18 देखें बहुत जल्दी, या हो सकता है ये 9 देखें. आपके 3.4% पर एफडी हमने किया और अभी 7% पर कर रहे हैं विद इन ए स्पैन ऑफ 10 ईयर. ये आर्गुमेंट का विषय है आप जो कह रहे हैं, बट कंपैरिजन वाइज वर्किंग कैपिटल इंटरेस्ट विल ऑलवेज बी हायर देन योर लॉन्ग टर्म कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल. दैट इज माय पॉइंट.
Sir, one last query, sir.
Yeah.
Replacement capital, can you please explain the how we calculate the replacement capital?
स्पेसिफिक आप अपने क्वेश्चन को स्पेसिफिक थोड़ा कीजिए.
Sir, just we take the cost of the capital, उसके बाद हम उस cost capital पे ही replacement capital भी करते हैं, scrap value या something 5%. तो I just know
अच्छा,
this
ठीक है.
concept
इनके
only.
क्वेश्चन और आपके क्वेश्चन को मैं क्लब कर देता हूँ. आई मे नॉट बी वेरी स्पेसिफिक इन आंसरिंग योर क्वेश्चन. जब हम लोग कैश फ्लो कंसीडर करते हैं ना, जैसे आपके केस में भी कैश फ्लो जब कंसीडर करते हैं, सपोज कीजिए मैंने एक बिजनेस में एक मशीन लगाई, हमने क्या किया, उसको टोटल आउटफ्लो आज कंसीडर कर लिया. बट आफ्टर 7 ईयर्स 10 ईयर्स जब उसकी लाइफ खत्म हो जाती है, वो एक स्क्रैप में बिकता है, मुझे उसके भी कॉस्ट कैश फ्लो को लेना है एज इनफ्लोस आफ्टर 10 ईयर्स। कहने का मतलब कि एक प्रोजेक्ट में जब जब आप पैसे लगाएंगे, चाहे जिस तरीके से लगाए, और जब जब पैसे रियलाइज हो रहे हैं चाहे जिस तरीके से आए, आपका स्क्रैप भी बिकेगा तो वो आपका कैश इनफ्लोज है इन दैट प्रोजेक्ट। इसलिए मैंने बोला अर्निंग पर हम कैलकुलेट नहीं करते हैं, एक्रूअल बेसिस पर कंसेप्ट नहीं क्लियर नहीं करते हैं, हम कैश फ्लोस बेसिस पर कंसीडर करते हैं। तो अगर आपको जमीन बेचने से कोई पैसा आ रहा है वो भी मेरा कैश फ्लो है, अगर मेरे प्रोजेक्ट में पेड़ बेचने से पैसा आ रहा है तो वो भी मेरा कैश इनफ्लो है, अगर वो मिट्टी बेचने से पैसा आ रहा है तो वो भी मेरा कैश इनफ्लो है। अगर मशीन को 4 साल के बाद रिप्लेस करना पड़े तो जो एडिशनल कैपिटल है वो मेरा चौथे साल में कैश आउटफ्लो में कंसीडर किया जाएगा। इट्स अ वेरी प्लेन एंड सिंपल। wherever you are putting money it is outflow, wherever you are getting money it is inflow, चाहे वो जो बेच करके आए, न्यूज़पेपर बेच करके क्यों ना आए, दैट इज कैश फ्लो टू द बिजनेस। इनफ्लोज एंड आउटफ्लोज जब आप इस बेसिस पर कैलकुलेशन करेंगे तो इट इज वेरी सिंपल और उसमें कॉम्प्लिकेशंस नहीं आएंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई होप नेक्स्ट फैकल्टी इज वेटिंग फॉर। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your valuable insights on NPV, IRR, and MIRR.
Next, I would like to request. Next, I would like to request GK Rathore, sir, GM New Project, for his brief insight on MDO contracts.
जोहार। परम श्रद्धेय डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल, मेरे सभी सीनियर्स, मैं 5 मिनट मेरे को समय दिया गया है तो मैं सिर्फ मुद्दे की बात करता हूं। मैं विगत 2 सालों से इस MDO कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के ऊपर मैं अपना रिसर्च कर रहा था। जब सबसे पहला गोपाल सिंह साहब ने हम लोगों को ये टास्क दिया था कि कोतरे बसंतपुर को आपको MDO पे ले जाना है, तो इसके ऊपर में हम लोगों ने जब अध्ययन किया तो ये पाया कि ये डॉक्यूमेंट बहुत ही लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट है। इसके ऊपर में बहुत ज़्यादा अध्ययन करने के बाद जो भी समझ में आया हम लोगों को, सभी हमारे NTPC के अधिकारी, इवन राणा साहब से हम संपर्क करते थे और पूछते थे, और इसको हम लोगों ने बहुत मेहनत करके जब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को फ्लोट किया था तो उस वक्त हम लोगों को बहुत डर लग रहा था। लेकिन जैसे जैसे समय पास हुआ हम लोगों को विश्वास हो गया कि हाँ, हम लोग कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट को MDO कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में पूरा कर सकते हैं। लेकिन इस पूरी 2 साल की यात्रा में जो सीखने मिला वो ये कि हम लोगों ने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करना सीखा, लेकिन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करने की जब पोजीशन में आए तो ये महसूस हुआ कि बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है। इसको एग्जीक्यूट करने के क्रम में हम लोगों को बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें नज़र आ रही है कि हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में सारी चीज़ें क्लियर नहीं होती। ये प्रैक्टिकल एस्पेक्ट में सोचने की होती है, और इसे कोई एक व्यक्ति जो एक सब्जेक्ट का मास्टर होता है वो इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को एग्जीक्यूट ऐसे नहीं कर सकता। उसको सभी सब्जेक्ट का ज्ञान होना चाहिए, और चूंकि हर व्यक्ति हर चीज़ नहीं जानता तो कम से कम एक टीम होनी चाहिए जो बताए कि डिबेट करे, समझे, सीखे, एक दूसरे से क्वेश्चन करे। हमने आज कल के सेशन में ये पाया कि हम लोग सिर्फ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि हमको प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करना है। तो हमको मालूम होना चाहिए कि प्रोजेक्ट कैसे एग्जीक्यूट होता है। PR पूरा जानना, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को पूरा जानना और उसको क्लब करना और समझना और आगे की प्रॉब्लम को फोरकास्ट करना, इसमें हम लोग लैग करते हैं। हम लोग प्रॉब्लम आता है तब उसका सोल्यूशन खोजते हैं। हमने अपने MDO से सीखा, एक बहुत ही बड़ी चीज़ सीखी कि जैसे ही हमने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करने की बारी आई, हमारा MDO बैकआउट कर गया, कहा कि नहीं, हम आपसे कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं कर सकते, हमारी शर्तें आप मानो। हम पे दबाव पड़ा, हमने कहा कि नो, आफ्टर इशू ऑफ LOI हम नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन हमको 3 महीने का समय लग गया इस डिबेट में, और हमारा प्रोजेक्ट 3 महीने डिले हुआ। उसके बाद हम कंटिन्यूसली देख रहे हैं कि हमारा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बहुत सारा, हमको बहुत दिक्कत आती है। हमने एक सिस्टम डेवलप किया, हम मंथली मीटिंग करेंगे, क्योंकि ये संभव नहीं है कि आप कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के साथ एवरी डे डिस्कशन करें। हमने वो सिस्टम बिल्डअप किया, उसका रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग करना शुरू किया, क्योंकि 25 साल का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है। आप पाएंगे कि आप लीगल कॉम्प्लिकेशन में आने वाले दिनों में जाने वाले हैं। यदि आप रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग अच्छे से नहीं करेंगे तो बाद में आप इसका जवाब कोर्ट में नहीं दे पाएंगे। इसलिए हमने एक सिस्टम बिल्डअप किया है कि हम जो भी करस्पॉन्डेंस करेंगे ऑनलाइन करेंगे। हमने ये भी पाया कि हमारे एमडीओ ने जैसे ही कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया उसने अपनी मेल आईडी चेंज कर दी। हमने उसे कहा कि नो, जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में मेल आईडी आपने दी है आपको उसी से करस्पॉन्डेंस करना है। इस तरीके से मैं आप लोगों को बताता हूं, बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजें मगर बहुत गंभीर गलतियों की संभावना रहती है। इसलिए जो भी लोग इस एमडीओ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में इन्वॉल्व हैं वे सब लोग बहुत ही डेडिकेटली प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट को पढ़ें और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्रीमेंट को पढ़ें। हमारे इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में दो ही पावर है, एक इंजीनियर इंचार्ज और दूसरा ऑथोरिटी। ऑथोरिटी हमने डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल को बनाया हुआ है। संभव है कि डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल हर चीज नहीं जान सकते, हर प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट इन डेप्थ नहीं जान सकते, तो सारी की सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आती है इंजीनियर इंचार्ज के ऊपर। वो इंजीनियर इंचार्ज जिसे हमने ऑथराइज किया है, ना वो पीआर पढ़ा है और ना ही एमडीओ डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़ा है, अब उसे हमने इंजीनियर इंचार्ज बना दिया। अब ये मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, ये सारी प्रैक्टिकल बातें और ये आने वाले दिनों में गंभीर रूप लेंगी यदि हम आज उसके लिए तैयार नहीं होते। और ये जो हम लोग जो ये कॉन्क्लेव कर रहे हैं ये उसी की शुरुआत है कि हम एक दूसरे को समझें और गंभीरता को समझें। हमने ये देखा कि सब लोग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेने से, तो खैर हमारी कंपनी में हर व्यक्ति सोचता है कि मैं ही ये काम क्यों करूं। एक सीएमपीडीएल कहता है कि हमने आपको प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट बना के दे दी, अब आपको टेंडर कैसे करना है आप समझिए। अब ये कौन करेगा इसका कस्टमाइजेशन? कस्टमाइजेशन अपने आप में एक सब्जेक्ट है। जो पीआर पूरी तरह जानेगा, जो कंडीशन प्रेसिडेंट पूरी तरह जानेगा, वही अच्छे से कस्टमाइज करेगा। और ये चीज हम लोगों ने सीखी कि कस्टमाइजेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि आप बिडर को कस्टमाइज बिड डॉक्यूमेंट देते हैं और यदि ये सही ढंग से आपने नहीं किया तो ये आपको आने वाले दिनों में दर्द देगा। फिर उसके बाद में एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात बताता हूं जो यहाँ पर नहीं बोली गई, वो ये है कि जब बिडर क्वेश्चन करता है और आप जो जवाब देते हैं वो पार्ट ऑफ बिड डॉक्यूमेंट हो जाता है। आपने यदि वहां कोई भी फुलिश मिस्टेक कर दी, कल वो उसको कोर्ट में यूज कर सकता है। इसलिए ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि टीम जल्दीबाजी में कोई प्रोजेक्ट फोर्सफुली, जो दबाव हमको मिला कि आपको 30 तारीख को टेंडर फाइनल कर ही देना है, बिड अपलोड कर देना है, ये दबाव आज की डेट में नहीं है। आज आप लोग पढ़िए, अच्छे से बढ़िया से कस्टमाइज कीजिए, इतना कॉन्फिडेंट रहिए कि आप बिडर को फेस कर सकें, उनकी सारी क्वारी को क्लियरली रिप्लाई कीजिए। गोलमोल हम लोग रिप्लाई शुरू में करते थे कि एज पर बिड डॉक्यूमेंट बोल के हम अपने क्वेश्चन को स्किप करते थे, लेकिन आज नहीं करना चाहिए। हम लोग अपने बिडर के साथ में पूरे फोर्स के साथ खड़े रहें, उनको बिल्कुल क्लियर बताएं कि ये प्रोविजन है, इसमें कंफ्यूजन है, तो यही इसका रिप्लाई है। हम लोग बहुत शुरुआती दौर पर, चूंकि उस वक्त हम लोगों को खुद कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था, लेकिन आज की डेट में है, तो ये नए जो टीम है हमारी, इसको ये जानना सीखना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमने जो केवीपी से सीखा, ये लर्निंग, ये हमारी कहती है कि हम आने वाले समय में नंबर ऑफ बिड फाइनल कर सकते हैं, प्रोवाइडेड हमारे पास एक अच्छी टीम हो। मैं आप लोगों का ज़्यादा समय न लेते हुए यही कहूँगा कि टीम हम लोग डेवलप करें, हेडक्वार्टर में भी और एरिया में भी, जो एमडीओ के ऊपर पूरी तरह पीआर पढ़े और एमडीओ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पूरी तरह पढ़े। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत सारे रिप्लाई हम लोगों को उन लोग खुद निकाल लेंगे और बिडर को वहीं सेटिस्फाई करेंगे, न कि प्रपोजल हेडक्वार्टर भेजेंगे। ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन जो अभी चल रहा है, ये यदि चलता रहेगा तो हम लोग एक दूसरे से लर्निंग करेंगे, जो एक दूसरे से गलतियों से सीखेंगे। हमने एनटीपीसी से भी बहुत कुछ सीखा, उन्होंने भी अपने प्रोजेक्ट में बहुत सारी गलतियां जो भी बिडर के साथ फेस की है, हम चाहते हैं कि उनकी गलतियों से हम सीख लें और अपनी गलती ना करें। मैं देख रहा था कि हमारे प्रोजेक्ट में चेंज ऑफ लॉ का प्रोविजन है। क्या क्या चीज चेंज ऑफ लॉ में आएगी, क्या क्या चीज चेंज ऑफ स्कोप में आएगी, ये कोई बहुत अच्छे से डिफाइंड नहीं है। लेकिन मैं देख रहा हूं न्यूज़पेपर में, अभी मैं देख रहा था कि झारखंड में 75% जॉब इवन प्राइवेट एमडीओ वाले भी लोकल को देंगे। आप सोचिए कि हमारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में ये कंडीशन नहीं है। अब यदि बीडर आज की डेट में कहेगा कि ये दबाव हमको मिल रहा है, इसके लिए तो ये 75% लोग हम कैसे रख पाएंगे, हम नहीं चला पाएंगे, हमारे लिए बहुत सारी मुसीबतें होने वाली है। यदि हम इन सब चीज़ों को इन एडवांस में डिबेट करें, समझें और वही चीज़ लागू करें कि सभी जगह एक जैसी चीज़, एक प्रोजेक्ट में अलग, दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट में अलग, कम से कम ऐसा ना करें जो कि डिस्प्यूट का कारण बने। होप मैंने थोड़ा सा अपना विचार आप लोगों के समक्ष रखा, इस उम्मीद के साथ कि ये विचार आगे बढ़ते रहें, हम एक दूसरे से डिबेट करते रहें, एक दूसरे के विचारों से सीखें और अपने प्रोजेक्ट में लागू करें, अपने एमडीओ को भी एजुकेट करें। होता यह है कि हम ऐसा देखें, जैसे मैं आप लोग को बताता हूं, हम बहुत खुश हुए थे कि हमने एक कंसोर्टियम पार्टी फाइनल की, क्योंकि एक पार्टी टेक्निकली क्वालिफाइड थी, दूसरी पार्टी फाइनेंशियली क्वालिफाइड थी, दोनों मिल करके बिड कर दिए। लेकिन फैक्ट क्या निकला, एक थर्ड पार्टी काम कर रही है। जो पार्टी हमारे साथ कंसोर्टियम में पार्टिसिपेट की वो काम नहीं कर रही, एक दूसरी पार्टी काम कर रही है। अब आप खुश हैं कि हमने बहुत अच्छा बिड फाइनल किया, लेकिन सत्यता क्या निकलती है, कोई और काम कर रहा है। और ये भी बात हम लोग दिमाग में रख लें कि एमडीओ आपको हेल्प नहीं करता। वो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो जादू की छड़ी चलाता है कि वो लेकर के फुर से आ जाएगा हमारा हर परमिशन। आपको पूरी तरह उसके साथ इन्वॉल्व रहना होगा, उसका भी थॉट प्रोसेस समझना होगा, उसकी डिफिकल्टी समझनी होगी। हम बहुत सारी चीज़ों को यूँ फील करते हैं कि हमारे पास हेडक्वार्टर में कुछ जनरल मैनेजर ऐसा सोचे कि सर इसको दे देते हैं एमडीओ में, अपना तो टेंशन खत्म हो जाएगा। ऐसा नहीं है, हम लोगों को हर जगह टेंशन लेना होगा और हर जगह इन्वॉल्व रहना होगा अपने एमडीओ के साथ। मैं देख रहा था कि सबसे ज़्यादा स्टेक होल्डर कौन है, बैंक है, ना हम हैं ना एमडीओ है, सबसे ज़्यादा पैसा बैंक लगा रहा है। और ये सारी चीज़ों को मैंने जो अध्ययन किया और समझा वो मैंने आपके समक्ष रखा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Before moving ahead with the session, there is a small announcement to be made by our General Manager Mining, Shri V.H. Imamdar.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबॉडी। आज एक खुशखबरी है अपना CIL परिवार के लिए। ACCL का 2 MDO प्रोजेक्ट्स मदन नगर 12 मिलियन टन पर एनम एंड पलमावसी 15 मिलियन टन पर एनम कल अप्रूवल हो चुका है, जो एक खुशी की बात है। ये पूरा ACCL का पूरा परिवार, पूरा CIL का परिवार को बधाई। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. That is certainly a very great news. Moving ahead, we would like, before starting the session, we would like to welcome the dignitaries who have joined us today. So I would request our General Manager CMC, Shri R.R. Srivastav sir, to do the honors.
First of all, I would request sir to kindly felicitate the team from SBI, Shri Shubham Goyal sir, Vice President, DGM MP Siva sir, and Manager PK Jha sir.
Let us welcome them with a huge round of applause. Now I would request Srivastav sir to please welcome our Director Technical PNP, Shri S.K. Gumasta sir, for sparing his valuable time for this session today. Thank you, sir. Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can chase excellence. Our first speaker for today is an epitome of perfection and excellence, and I feel honored to call him up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with a huge round of applause Shri Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Director Mining HCL, for his session on gains and risks involved in MDO contracts. Shri Singh is a BTech and MTech in open cast mining from Indian Schools of Mine, Dhanbad, and MBA Finance from BIT Mesra. He has got a rich and varied experience in mine planning, design, preparation of MDO documents, statutory clearances, etc. He has taken charge as Director Mining of HCL from March 22 onwards. The stage now belongs to you, sir.
Thank you for the compliments. A very good morning to all of you. I'll just share my experiences which I have gained at NTPC in last 14 years before joining Hindustan Copper and what we are doing at Hindustan Copper. Most of the mines in Hindustan Copper are in MDO mode, and you all have talked so much about MDOs basically on coal. All are open cast mines. In underground mines, particularly in metal, there's a different type of challenge which I'll just share with you. This is the detail of my presentation. This is a brief introduction of Hindustan Copper. We have got our sites in 5 different locations. Khetri, as you all know, one of the oldest mining divisions of Hindustan Copper, and Ghatshila, which is known as Indian Copper Complex, and Malanjkhand, which is the flagship company. Malanjkhand is an open cast mine. Now it has been converted to underground. There we had appointed a big MDO IBRCL, which basically failed, and now we are in a different mode to resolve it as soon as possible. In fact, IBRCL was supposed to develop the mine and hand over to SCL for 4 or 5 years back, but it couldn't do so, and it was an influx of time that contract was terminated. In Taloja, it's basically a continuous wire rod plant, and Gujarat Copper project, we do secondary smelting and refining. These are the basic sites. So the type of existing service contracts, basically the contracts in Hindustan Copper are of 7 years to 10 years. And it is a BOQ based contract. It's a medium term contract. The rate contract for shorter duration I mean to say 6 months to 1.5 years. An MDO contract for long duration, which we are going to award within 6 to 8 months. That will be a big project for Hindustan Copper. It's a 25 years time frame, and some of the clearances are already in place. One of the basic clearance, that is a lease, which is pending with Jharkhand government. As soon as we get, we'll move ahead with that. The preliminary work has already been completed. PwC is our consultant. They have prepared the draft documents for that, and it's already being deliberated. The 2 modes which are there is product sharing or profit sharing. We have not finalized which mode we'll be doing it, but already we have discussions with our bidders. The BOQ based contract for medium duration, which is the most prominent and most common at SCL, it's a multiple line contract which is awarded on the overall L1 basis. You all know that there is a development work, then production, some preparation, then production. Production drilling is also there. So it is all item contract. And after summing up, the L1 is decided. Its contract is already, I told you, 5 to 7. 10 years also is there, depending on. And this we had framed there choosing the life of the equipment, which is normally 7 to 8 years. So the contract was designed in that fashion there. Escalation of coefficient varies from 50 to 70% based on free supply from the company. The free supply is in the form of high-speed diesel, which we give to the equipments which are being used in underground, and the power. Power is basically on chargeable basis. That is done in coal industry also. rate contract for shorter duration. Here there is some specific things which fixed rate contract is awarded and the duration is this. There is no escalation or de-escalation. The mine operator has to quote a fixed amount for that. This is what I just mentioned we'll be doing for our block known as Rakha Chapri, which is located in Ghatshila for a period of about 21 years, and it will be based on the production sharing or profit sharing basis. Earlier there was the rule didn't allow in mineral concession rule clause number 24, it didn't permit for this, but now the government of India, Ministry of Mines in particular, has facilitated this and will be moving ahead with this product sharing or the profit sharing. It depends on what is being cleared and finalized by the management of Hindustan Copper. Why I'm saying the issues, how it is different from the coal one which we were discussing till now. Basically here in Rakha Chapri, Rakha is a mine which was closed in 2000 because you all know the copper production or copper is very closely linked to the LME index. At that time during the period of 2000 LME was very poor, it was below 1000, 1500. So most of the mines were closed at that time. Now we are planning to reopen because now copper has become a very important metal in fact. It's high in demand and the forecast says that in the coming time also the copper will remain very important. In fact, I should say, I like to mention copper is a divine metal. Without copper, nothing is completed. Everybody is having mobile here. Each mobile has got 100 grams of copper. So you can understand what is the importance of copper now. All green energy, whosoever talks about green energy, copper has to be there. EVs, urbanization, everything, copper. And the bad luck is that we don't have copper reserves in this country. Only 0.31% of the global reserves are in India and majority of them is with Hindustan Copper. All the leases are with Hindustan Copper as of now because it is the only vertically integrated copper producing company in this country. These are the risks which SCL has seen as of now. Uncertainty in getting the regulatory clearances. Although our mines are in 3 different states and we have seen in everywhere there is some or the other issue, lease or EC or some of the clearances from IBM also. We have never achieved them in time-bound fashion. Challenges of land acquisition is already there. Uncertainty in the R&R, which has already been talked, debated a lot. Shortage of local skilled manpower. In fact, in my mine operators, my MDOs also don't have that much of skilled manpower. And what the problems which we faced was, we had also mentioned to bring in the new equipments. All new equipments, all underground mining equipments are as of now imported from Finland, Sweden, Switzerland. And they have got long lead period. COVID had made the system even worse what was there. So they made a lot of issues in that. So from these things we had learned that at least for the initial period of 1 year or say something, we'll be using those old equipments and subsequently to that the MDO will bring in the new equipments. These were some of the changes which have taken place at Hindustan Copper also. Although these changes, when I was working with NTPC, we learned from that Pakri Barwadi experience and we made the documents accordingly. The projects which are coming up after that, we have made a lot of changes. The learnings which came from Pakri, we have incorporated in other projects also. In fact, there is a lot of ambiguity. So one of our endeavor was to have a good legal team, because in most of the cases, because our MDO market is not matured, people don't go through those documents very seriously, meticulously. There should be a very good legal department. We also have a very good legal department because whenever there is an issue, MDO immediately reciprocates, immediately sends an email, which is very easy, writing 3-4 lines, clause number and all that, and the repercussion of that, he immediately sends a mail to EIC, copy to the owner and all. So we should have a very strong legal team to refute that, number one. And we should have a one-to-one dialogue also. One-to-one dialogue means we should think these MDOs as our partners, because they are doing that type of job which you could not do, and you have offloaded that to them. They are bringing the capital, the most important thing, and they are bringing the expert manpower with them, which definitely you don't have. And to achieve that much of production, that capacity, they are in fact aiding the owners, I mean to say the PSUs. So to avoid all those disputes and all that, we should immediately respond to them, bring to the table and sit along with them, because most of what has been happening as of now, we have been treating these MDOs as mine operators, loading, hauling people. We are not listening to them, nor, since they are not matured, so they also didn't listen our part also. But to maintain the in the coal or metal or any of the mining operations, continuity is very important. So that care has to be taken from either side. Either side, I mean to say from the MDO side and from the owner side also. And solutions should be brought into place. And all the documents should be tailor-made. It is not like that if you prepare a document for a mine ABC, that is applicable for the other mine also. It should be tailor-made. It should suffice the needs of that particular project. And as far as we are concerned, as our copper is concerned, since we are price sensitive, copper is closely connected to LME, we have to take that also into account. In fact, in our MDO document, we are going to put, we have already put a clause that they can enhance the production at the same terms and conditions, although that is being still debated at our FD level, but that is to bring in more, to make the offer more lucrative to the MDOs. These are the normal benefits which you all know. These are the benefits from the contractor's side: free execution without any hindrance, can plan for enhanced production. But for that, whatever clearances or any other requirement is there, they have to do it on there. There should not be any cost implication to the company. And from the employer side, the most important benefit, as I mentioned, the capital is, the financial risks are not there. The cost of mining, because they optimize the operations and ease of doing business. Thank you. That was my small, very brief presentation. But as I can say from my NTPC experience also, yesterday there was a lot of debate on R&R, land acquisition on that. We have to make R&R more lucrative. See, if you have got stage plans of first 5 years, you know how much population has to be removed. You should put in that money, give some bonus, some incentive to the mine operator to that particular work. You calculate that and facilitate him. You say, if you acquire this much of land in this much of time, you will get X amount, X crores, 7 crores. You mention that upfront, because if you mention anything upfront, the loading will come down. And he will be, because the most important thing, particularly in Jharkhand, what we had felt is land acquisition and R&R. So you have to take that R&R and land acquisition in some different pattern to make them, because technology and other things they can bring in, but this particular thing, R&R, land acquisition, giving 75% job to the locals, that has to be taken by the owner, and for that has to be mentioned upfront. So that is very important. That's what NTPC has already taken up, and I think they are moving ahead with this. Thank you. Thank you.
The house is open for discussion. If there is any question from your end, you may please ask.
Sir, in a contract period, sir, after issue of work order, there is a time gap of 18 months, sir, to start the operation, sir. During that period, the bidder there might be provisions for the use of refurbished machines, in case of new machines in the mine, sir. So, what will be the risk involved for the use of refurbished machines for the limited period during 18 months periods, and how it will be taken out. There no detailing in the contract has been mentioned, sir.
Hello. You have to mention those refurbished machines. You have to mention the working hours, number one, because the only risk involved in that is that you may not be able to achieve the desired rate of production. Because whatever productivity is considered in the mining plan or in the calendar plan is with respect to the new equipments that you are doing to facilitate him. So you have to take that much into account, that the refurbished machines have to be brought in those numbers to achieve that number, that amount of production of that ore, coal, waste, whatsoever may be. See, penalty, if you have addressed upfront, it's okay. If not, then definitely the bidder, you have to follow it from the day one itself. How do you follow? I tell you what we do. We ask him whether you have placed any orders, give a copy of LOI, where you are going to finance. See, those things you have to do proactively. You have to follow him very vigorously, because this MDO document will not help you. If you see, what is penalty? Penalty is a figure which is meant which should act as a deterrent. With penalty, does it serve your purpose if you impose penalty on him? Not at all. Not it serves the purpose of the MDO. So you have to follow him. See, MDO and you are partners. You have to go hand in hand, and from day one you have to sit with him, see his finances, talk to him, CFO in particular, see whether he has put in orders or not, whether he has given letter of intent or not, supply has been initiated or not, we even follow our equipments which has been shipped from Finland, when it is reaching the port, when it is from port, when it is starting. See, we are doing like that. See, this is the work which the owner has to do. You have to facilitate him. See, if for example, LHD or LPDT was stuck in Chennai port, we took the help of the government of India to get it released. Although that was not our duty, but we have to facilitate him. Facilitate means in all aspects. That cannot be documented in the MDO document. MDO failed in? The basic reason was his finances, number one. He got bankrupt. That was one of the basic reasons. He didn't have enough capital to bring the machines, and that was the basic reason, I should say. I can't explain other reasons.
हेलो सर, एनटीपीसी में जो स्पेशल फीचर्स कोई था, जो एडवांटेजेस था या विन विन सिचुएशन के लिए बना हुआ था, ऐसा कुछ है जो
आप अभी एनटीपीसी के पिछले 6 महीने या साल भर के डॉक्यूमेंट्स को देखेंगे तो आप उसमें देखेंगे 3-4 चीज़ें हम लोगों ने किया था. उसमें हम लोग उसको अपफ्रंट लोन दे रहे थे, अपफ्रंट डे 1 को. हम लोग ये जो मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि क्या होता, बॉक्स कट के आसपास बहुत विलेजेस होते हैं और वहीं से आपको माइन शुरू करनी है, तो उनको कैसे रिहेबिलिटेट करना है, उसका जो आपको नंबर ऑफ हाउसेस पता है, नंबर ऑफ पॉपुलेशन पता है, उनको हटाने का कॉस्ट पता है, दैट यू ऑलरेडी नो, यू पुट इन दैट अमाउंट, और उसको बोलो कि हम आपको देंगे अगर आप 1 साल में हटा देंगे, अगर आप 1.5 साल में हटाएंगे तो 80% देंगे, और इस तरह से करके आप अपफ्रंट उसको एलाबरेट कर दीजिए तो वो उसको दे देगा. ये एक था. प्लस उसको लोन जो हम दे रहे थे बहुत कम रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट पे दे रहे थे. तो ये 2-3 चीज़ें हम लोगों ने अपफ्रंट उसको मेंशन की थी, तो जिससे कि उसका वो काम आसान हो जाता है, बिकॉज उसको रिस्क पता चल जाता है ना. कल हम लोग बात कर रहे थे ना, रिस्क नहीं जानता, उसको पता नहीं कितने आदमी हटाने क्या है. तो अगर आप एक बार उसको बता देंगे इतने घर हैं, और लेटेस्ट आजकल तो ड्रोन सर्वे से आप 6 महीने पहले का फिगर उसको दे सकते हैं.
सही है सही.
तो ये सारी चीज़ें मतलब हम लोगों ने उसके साथ बैठ के बात किया था कि आपको जो जो परेशानी आप बताइए, हम उसको आप रुपीज़ पर टनी में मत लोड करिए, यू गेट दैट अमाउंट फ्रॉम अस. क्योंकि कोई भी माइन अगर शुरू में चल जाती है ना, बॉक्स कट से लेके 2-3 साल का ही प्रॉब्लम होता है. आप जब पेनिट्रेट कर जाते हैं तब फिर लोग आपकी बात सुनने लगते हैं.
सही है सर, बॉक्स कट के लिए भी वो काम में आएगा. सही
वहीं पे हिकअप शुरू होता है एक्चुअली, वही हिच है सबसे बड़ा. हम लोग जो फेस किया था वही है, वहाँ से हटने से कोई फ़ायदा नहीं.
सही है सही. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू
सर. ये MDO ఇది వైలేషన్ ఆఫ్ Contract Labor Prohibition and Abolition Act and Exploitation of Contract Labor. Is this act is still relevant or it has been permanently scrapped? I have doubt.
आपका डाउट अगर आपने पूछा है अभी इतने दिनों के बाद तो इसका जवाब देना उचित नहीं होगा। अभी देखिए सभी तो एमडीओ मोड में चल रही है, उसकी कंट्री चल रही है। अगर ऐसा कुछ होता तो अब तक बहुत कुछ हो गया होता है।
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable inputs. I would request you to please be on stage, sir. And I would request our Director Technical PNP Shri S.K. Gumasta, sir, to please come on stage and felicitate sir with a token of appreciation for sharing his valuable time. Would request the audience to please greet sir with a huge round of applause.
Moving forward, we have a brief session on experience sharing by the representatives of Shiamal area MCL. So we have with us A.K. Ojha sir, Chief Manager Mining, and Ajay Nam Joshi sir, Chief Manager Mining from Shiamal area, who will be sharing their experiences with the MDA contracts.
To everybody, myself Ajay Nam Joshi, General Manager of Mahalakshmi area and for CRML OC in MCL. I would like to present our presentation regarding MDO project of CRML 50 MTY. CRML का slide लगाएं। बोलिए ना। Is there an issue with slide? Yes, thank you. Next. जैसा किसी को बोली वो आगे करेगा, यहाँ है नहीं कुछ। This is a CRML project. This is the plan of CRML. It is total leasehold is 2290 square meter. Slide थोड़ा fast कौन चला रहा है? हमारा आदमी बैठा ही नहीं वहाँ पे। कहाँ है? Okay, this. ये वाला है? कौन सा? सर दिस इज CRML लैंड यूज। इसमें सर लगभग 6 विलेजेस हैं और 2290 स्क्वायर हेक्टेयर का 2290 हेक्टेयर का एरिया लीज होल्ड है सर। सर लैंड शेड्यूल इसका ऐसा है, फॉरेस्ट लैंड है अबाउट 350 हेक्टेयर, टेनेंसी 1466 हेक्टेयर, गवर्नमेंट ओन फॉरेस्ट लैंड 473 हेक्टेयर। 6 विलेजेस में सर टोटल पैप्स हैं 3462, बहुत ज़्यादा है और लगभग 1618 एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स देने हैं, जिसमें से हम लोग अभी तक 642 दे चुके हैं और अभी प्रोसेस में है। यहाँ पे एक बड़ा स्पेसिफिक चीज़ है सर, जो कोल इंडिया में कहीं नहीं है। एक क्लेम कमीशन नाम से है, जहाँ तक सब जगह कलेक्टर के थ्रू एम्प्लॉयमेंट होता है, यहाँ पर थ्रू सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक विंग है क्लेम कमीशन, उसके थ्रू होता है सर। तो थोड़ा सा लैंड एक्विजिशन में थोड़ा डिले होता है सर यहाँ पे। सर ये 40 साल का लाइफ है, 1776 मिलियन टन रिजर्व है, ओवरऑल शिपिंग रेशो 1.42 है, ग्रेड ऑफ कोल एज पर प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट G11 है, और कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट इस प्रोजेक्ट का एमसीएल की तरफ से 5,194 करोड़ और एमडीओ की तरफ से 3,052, टोटल 8,247 करोड़ का कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट होना है सर। सर सीआरएमएल एमडीओ प्रोजेक्ट दिया है मेसर्स डीबीएल सीआरएमएल कोल माइंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, दिलीप बिल्डकॉन इनके एमडीओ हैं, जिन्होंने बेस माइनिंग चार्ज कोट किया है 286 रुपीज़ पर टन और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वैल्यू 36,819 करोड़ रुपये। हाँ, 1 जून 2021 को इनका एग्रीमेंट साइन हो गया है, टेंडर होके 25 इयर्स का है, 50 MTY पीक कैपेसिटी है। जो एनडीओ को कोल क्वांटिटी अलॉट की गई है लगभग 1100 मिलियन टन और ओबी क्वांटिटी 1285 मिलियन क्यूबिक मीटर है, और नोशनल स्ट्रिपिंग रेशियो फॉर एमडीओ के लिए 1.17 है, जो काफ़ी अच्छा है, और 3 वर्केबल सीम हैं जिनकी थिकनेस 28 मीटर, 22 मीटर और 9 मीटर है। एमसीएल के स्कोप में सर जो है, जो जनरल हमारा डॉक्यूमेंट बोलता है लगभग वही है, पर जैसे पेमेंट फॉर लैंड कंपनसेशन हमें करना है, रिहेबिलिटेशन रीसेटलमेंट हमें करना है, कंस्ट्रक्शन मेंटेनेंस ऑफ रेसिडेंशियल कॉलोनी इन सर्विस बिल्डिंग्स हमारी हैं, इनकमिंग पावर सप्लाई एट प्रोजेक्ट हमको देना है, पावर टू प्रोवाइडेड फ्री ऑफ चार्ज टू एमडीओ को देना है, रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड करना है, स्टेचुटरी एंड सुपरवाइजरी मैन पावर हमें देना है, एक्सप्लोजिव फ्री ऑफ चार्ज एमडीओ को देना है सब्जेक्ट टू नॉर्मेटिव पीएफ तक, और डाइवर्शन ऑफ स्टेट हाईवे वहाँ से पास हो रहा है उसको हमें करना है, और डाइवर्शन ऑफ 11 kV पावर लाइन है उड़ीसा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की, उसको हमें करना है। ये काम हम लगभग 99% कर चुके हैं सर। एमडीओ के स्कोप में सर ओबी रिमूवल, कोल प्रोडक्शन, डिस्पैच अप टू डिलीवरी पॉइंट्स, वहाँ 2 डिस्पैच पॉइंट्स है अप टू 5 ईयर, सरडे का साइडिंग जो 4 to 5 किलोमीटर से प्रोजेक्ट से थ्रू रेल, वहाँ पे एक डिलीवरी पॉइंट है, एंड आफ्टर 5 ईयर्स थ्रू फेस टू साइलो 6 किलोमीटर का एक बर्फाली में साइडिंग बल्ब बनेगा, 4 साइलो आने हैं, उसको आफ्टर 5 ईयर्स डायरेक्ट बेल्ट लोडिंग से जाएगा। एमडीओ को प्रोक्योरमेंट स्टैट्यूटरी क्लियरेंस कराना है, कंस्ट्रक्शन मेंटेनेंस ऑफ वर्कशॉप, सब स्टेशन, अरेंजमेंट ऑफ वाटर सप्लाई, डिजिटल सर्विलेंस, सिक्योरिटी सिस्टम, ऑब्लिगेशन एज पर स्टैट्यूट, परफॉर्मेंस रिक्लेमेशन कंप्लीट करना है सर। इन जनरल सभी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में लगभग यही है। इनका प्रोडक्शन शेड्यूल सर ऐसा है, फर्स्ट ईयर में 5 मिलियन टन और आफ्टर 5 ईयर 50 मिलियन टन पे जो पीक कैपेसिटी है उससे पहुंचेंगे। तो फर्स्ट 5 ईयर इनको रेलवे साइडिंग सरडे का अप टू 4 to 5 किलोमीटर वहाँ डिलीवरी करना है कोल का, एंड देन आफ्टर थ्रू बेल्ट बर्फाली बल्ब जहाँ 4 साइलोज आएंगे। कंडीशन प्रेसिडेंट्स मेजर जो कंडीशंस थी जो अथॉरिटी की थी वो हमारी तरफ से पूरी कॉम्प्लाइड है। एमडीओ की तरफ से जो है सर फाइनेंशियल पैकेज अभी तक ये लोग एग्जीक्यूट नहीं कर पाए हैं, जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि बैंकिंग के साथ प्रॉब्लम है, बैंक थोड़ा सा आगे पीछे हिच है कि प्रोजेक्ट इतना बड़ा है तो थोड़ा सा डिले इसमें हमको हो रहा है फाइनेंसिंग में। फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस का स्टेज 1 21/4 को हो चुका है और स्टेज 2 आज कल कभी किसी भी समय आ सकता है सर। एंड एप्लीकेबिलिटी सीटीए ऑलरेडी मिल चुका है, सीटीओ भी इसी मंथ में आ जाएगा, तो होपफुली हम लोग नवंबर में ग्राउंड ब्रेक करने जा रहे हैं सर। एग्रीमेंट सर थोड़ा सा बारे में बता दूं, 1621 को हुआ था फॉर 240 डेज, उसके बाद फर्स्ट टाइम एक्सटेंशन दिया क्योंकि क्लियरेंसेस नहीं थे, सेकंड टाइम एक्सटेंशन देना पड़ा है, और थर्ड टाइम भी 37 डेज का अभी देना पड़ा क्योंकि स्टेज 2 क्लियरेंस नहीं आ पाया है। होपफुली हम ग्राउंड ब्रेकिंग नवंबर 22 में करेंगे और कोल प्रोडक्शन दिसंबर 22 से स्टार्ट हो जाएगा सर। कुछ एम्बिग्यूटीज हैं सर, जो हमें स्टैट्यूटरी कॉस्ट एंड स्टैट्यूटरी फीस रिगार्डिंग ईसी एंड एफसी जो हमें रिएम्बर्स करना है, उस रिएम्बर्स प्रोसीजर के बारे में हमारा डॉक्यूमेंट कुछ बोलता नहीं क्या प्रोसीजर रहेगा, क्योंकि जब ये बिल क्लेम करते हैं सिंपली वर्क इंचार्ज इंजीनियरिंग इंचार्ज साइन करता है, देन फाइनेंस में क्वेश्चन आता है कि इन्होंने L1 किस बात से चूज़ किया और उनका जो बिल प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं हाउ दे डिसाइडेड L1। हमारा कहना है कि जो हमारी कंपनी में रूल्स हैं वैसे फॉलो करें, जो पॉसिबल नहीं है जो कि प्राइवेट कंपनी करेगी। तो यहाँ थोड़ा डिस्प्यूट है, इसको ठीक से एड्रेस करना होगा आने वाले दिनों के लिए। एक सर सबसे बड़ा इशू है प्राइस इंडेक्स स्पेसिफाइड इन मॉडल एमडीओ डॉक्यूमेंट। फार्मूला पर कैलकुलेशन का प्राइस वेरिएशन का हमारे इस एग्रीमेंट में नहीं दिया है, जो बाद में हमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है जिसको हमको दूर करना पड़ेगा। एक सजेशन था सर, हमारा बाकी जो हमारा एमडीओ है हमारे काफ़ी कुछ अच्छा रेपो साथ में और मिलजुल के काम कर रहे हैं, बट मुझे लगता है कि जो क्रिटिकल एक्टिविटीज़ या माइलस्टोन है, हम यदि अपने डॉक्यूमेंट में पेनल्टी प्रोविज़न रखते हैं तो इंसेंटिव प्रोविज़न भी रखना चाहिए कि कोई पर्टिकुलर पीरियड में यदि हमने फिक्स किया है टारगेट, उसके पहले यदि करता है कुछ प्रोविज़न उसको मिले, जिससे कि मोटिवेशन बढ़े और प्रोजेक्ट हमारे जल्दी कंप्लीशन की ओर जाए। सर हम लोग इस साइड से सर इतना ही है। हमारा एमडीओ डीबीएल प्रेजेंट है, उनकी स्लाइड भी हम लोग यहीं कॉर्पोरेट कर ली है। आइए, चेंज कर दिया। ओके, थैंक यू सर। किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन आप पूछ सकते हैं? एनी क्वेश्चन या कोई क्वेरी होगी?
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
मॉर्निंग
सर, बीके शुक्ला एसीसीएल।
जी बोलिए।
सेक्शन 11 के बाद
हाँ जी,
जो कंपेंसेशन कैलकुलेट होता है,
हाँ,
तो वो कंपेंसेशन अथॉरिटी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से मिल के कैलकुलेट करता है या माइन ऑपरेटर करता है?
देखिए यहाँ पे जो खासकर महानदी में उड़ीसा आरआरएन पॉलिसी है, जो लैंड कंपनसेशन रेट कलेक्टर डिसाइड करता है, और उसका हर जगह का रेट, कहीं आपका नगर पालिका में है तो अलग है, आपका अर्बन में एरिया है तो अलग है, उस हिसाब से हर ईयर का रेट उस पर कैलकुलेट होता है, और जो सॉल्यूशन वगैरह सबके फार्मूले बने हुए हैं, और फाइनली उस कंपनसेशन को स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और यहाँ पर यह क्लेम कमीशन अप्रूव करता है।
तो उसमें सर माइन जो अथॉरिटी है वो भी इन्वॉल्व होता है क्या?
नेचुरली एमसीएल तो इन्वॉल्व होगा ही, पेमेंट रिसीव करना है।
अच्छा,
ये मैंने अभी स्लाइड बताई थी, पहले साल 5 मिलियन टन है। देखिए ये अप्रैल से लेकर मार्च तक का है कि हम क्लोजिंग ईयर बोलते हैं, तो पहले साल में 5 मिलियन टन था। अब लेकिन चूंकि हमारा डिले है या जो भी टाइम है, तो प्रो राटा पे जो हमारा इस साल 3 मिलियन टारगेट हम रखे थे, 3 मिलियन हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि होगा।
ओके सर, ओके।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
I would like to request GMCMC CCL to kindly felicitate sir with a token of appreciation with a memento. No, no, sir. Thank you, sir. For the next experience sharing session, we have the representatives from Subhadra area MCL. So I would like to request the team to kindly share the experience.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीबडी। उपस्थित डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल पीएनपी श्री एस.के. गोमाता साहब, CMPDI रांची, उपस्थित सभी कंपनी से आए डेलीगेट्स, जनरल मैनेजर्स CCL एंड अदर कंपनी से आए प्रतिनिधिगण, माई सेल्फ RV रिंगे GM सुभद्रा MCL, we are going to present our experience at Subhadra. The next slide. Okay, thank you. Subhadra OCP is planned for 25 MTY, and it is combining by the two coal blocks, Utkal A and western part of Gopal Prasad West Coal Block. These blocks were allotted under a Special Provisions Act, and allotment agreement with nominated authority was held on 17/6/21. Allotment order issued on 18/11/21. Formation of Subhadra area was new area, and it was formed in 19, peak capacity 25 MTY. LOA issued on 22/3/22, work order issued 35/25. MDO agreement took place 17/6/22. This is our mine leasehold area, having 10 villages. Out of 10, 3 villages, Peed, Khaman, Kankarai and Chota Birni, they are the complete villages, and Bagwabul also. And rest villages are part villages. So all these area is 1111.85 hectare, and out of that forest area is 125.24 hectare. So details is given. The excavation area is 881. There are number of seam 22, multiple seams. Geological reserve is 1108, extractable reserve 768, total OB 613, average stripping ratio 0.93, average depth 23 to 215, life of years is 36 years, including construction period 2 years. Land requirement is 125 plus 696 plus 289. That is 696 is tenancy land, 289 government land, and mining plan is approved by the MCL board. Villages acquired under CBA is 10. Total number of PDF expect 1853 tentative. Base mining charge is 497 per ton. This is the status at present, and after signing the agreement, we have to complete condition precedent by 240 days. That is by 12/2/23, out of which the activities which are completed has been marked, and application of forestry clearance we have applied, and 17 point EDS was raised by DFO Angul, which has been complied and submitted to DFO on 7/10/22. Further, the land acquisition, out of 1111.85, total 985 hectare land was acquired under CBA, and remaining 126.5 hectare is being under acquisition, and 9-1 proposal, out of that 1 proposal has been published in Gazette, and remaining 3 proposals are still awaited. This is our status. Regarding the condition precedent, the activity to be completed by the MDO, which is as above, the red status, so this is to be completed by 12/2/23. The confirmation of correctness, legal opinion, financial agreement, execution of subscription agreement, and financial package and financial model, etc., yet to be completed by 12/2/23. MDO is working on it. regarding stage 1 forestry clearance, as per condition precedent, we have planned by 31/12/22 anticipated that stage 1 forestry clearance will be obtained, and regarding stage 2 forestry clearance to be taken up by 12/6/23, and regarding environmental clearance, TOR is granted, and baseline data generation and other studies under progress, and which will be completed by 31/12/22. Regarding other activity, it is to be complied by 12/2/23. In this regard, this forestry clearance, we have completed this Gram Sabha for 3 villages also, which is all not shown either things. Yeah, here it is. The work order issued by the MDO, ongoing, completed and yet to start, is given in the green, red and pink color. Palli Sabha, out of 10 villages, 3 villages it is completed, and NOC is to be obtained through collector Angul. Tree enumeration work awarded, and this work is under process, completed, partially completed. CL and DGPS and pillar posting, it is also completed. Wildlife conservation yet to be awarded. Hydrological study, drone survey, nala diversion, yet to be awarded. EIMP, the agency has identified, and the work of baseline data is under progress. Land acquisition activity work is in progress, but agency is yet to finalize by the MDO. Since RNR to be completed by this MDO, complete RNR, the compensation roll is to be prepared by the MDO for all 10 villages. Already we have taken up this job by MCL, and in 3 villages RNR activity, Yaddas and structure measurement is going on. These critical points, oblique constant, are there. At present, notification we are expecting that by November 22, 11/1 will be completed, and possession of the land in this contract is the responsibility of operator, mine operator. Work is just recently started. We have discussed with the matter with the village committee and villagers, and at collector level also recently, and it is likely to be start at the earliest. EC, obtaining the EC is a responsibility of operator. FC is also responsibility of operator, and likely time or status expected date is June 23 for EC, and July 23 is for FC. Public hearing is a responsibility of the operator for March 23, it is expected. Tree enumeration, villages though objected but partially completed in 5 villages, and we have submitted the EDS after extrapolating the data and submitted to DFO. The village shifting, including RNR, is expected by June 24, and expected appointment date of MDO is by June 23, after completion of condition precedent. Construction period is 2 years from appointment date, and start date of expected production is June 25. Optimistic view is by June 24 we can expect production if it is expedited and timely villagers cooperate. MDO timeline is by June 25, and as per MOU is September 25. Land acquisition plan for next 4 years is this. First year 22-23 nil, 23-24 we required 280, then 137, 137 and 555 total. up to 25-26. Under possession, we have shifted already one village, Bhalugadiya, partly by the Hingula area, beside the Subhadra area, earlier in 2009. So we have possession of the land 137, already we are in possession, physical possession, out of 1111.85 hectare. Our experience for so far 118 days passed since signing the agreement. EC work is progressed within the timeline as per MOU with the MOC. FC work, we have submitted 17 point EDS and identification of DGPS survey authentication from ORSEC. These were taken up by the MDO. Tree innovation work is although completed, it is partially completed and under supervision of MCL is being taken up. Possession of land, work of RNR and MDO is yet to start. Though the tripartite meeting was successfully conducted under the chairmanship of Angul, it was held on 14th of the September. Further, this work is under critical path, since we have to take the RNR and through MDO. Means they will prepare compensation roll and submit to us, and authority will approve, and only then they will disperse, and employment will be provided by the MCL as per Odisha RNR policy. Further, this work is a critical path, but villagers are not enough confident with MDO, as it is a new practice to be started in Talcher coalfield. अभी तक जो तालचेर फील्ड में जो चल रहा था वो MCL ही सब काम कर रहा था, तो विलेजर थोड़ा हेजिटेट कर रहे हैं, उनको लग रहा है कि ये जो हम लोग का काम यदि MDO करेगा तो हम लोग को एम्प्लॉयमेंट MDO से मिलेगा या पैसा कैसे मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा, ये उनके उसमें है. चूँकि हमने वर्क पहले ही चालू कर दिया था MDO आने के पहले, इसको प्रोजेक्ट को आगे ले जाने के लिए 3 विलेज में हमारा काम चल रहा था, तो इसलिए थोड़ा उनका कन्फ्यूज़न है, मगर वो कन्फ्यूज़न दूर कर दिया गया है. ऑलरेडी कलेक्टर लेवल में मीटिंग हो गया है और हम जल्दी से समझ रहे हैं कि जल्दी से चालू हो जाएगा. और वी एक्सपेक्ट दिस प्रोजेक्ट विल बी कंप्लीटेड सक्सेसफुली विद इन टाइम फ्रेम. थैंक यू. एनी क्वेश्चंस? नहीं, इट्स फाइन.
हेलो.
नहीं, इट्स फाइन.
हेलो. हाँ सर, ये आपका आपको क्या लगता है कि कोई अपना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कंडीशन में मॉडिफिकेशन होना चाहिए या?
देखिए, अभी जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो हम लोग को अवार्ड हुआ है और जो एग्रीमेंट हुआ है, इसको मॉडिफिकेशन तो मैंने ऐसा कुछ ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हम लोग मैंने मॉडिफिकेशन में जाएं. अभी हम लोग पूरा कोऑर्डिनेटेड वे में बात कर रहे हैं. ऑलरेडी हमारे जो MDO की टीम भी आई हुई है यहाँ पर, वो भी प्रेजेंट करेगी. उनके अपने कुछ व्यूज़ हैं कि कुछ चीज़ें रिम्बर्स होना चाहिए, कुछ चीज़ उनको मिलना चाहिए, मगर चूंकि ये सब चीज़ हम लोगों ने ऑफलोड किया हुआ है, PR CMPDI के द्वारा बनाई गई हुई थी और PR की सारी एक्टिविटी इसमें डाली गई है MDO के पार्ट में. सो ऐसा कोई मैंने अभी इस स्टेज में अभी हम नहीं समझते कि कोई चीज़ चेंज होना चाहिए या कुछ होना चाहिए. Thank you.
Before we proceed further, what I would like to say that since we have, it's good to see the progress of the MDO projects, that is Syarmal and both Subhadra, but the status report doesn't give anything. In fact, we are here to discuss about the framework of this MDO documents. Your input with regard to the difficulty you are facing and your suggestions on the provisions and what changes you want in this document. In fact, we'd like to have input from Mr. Nam Joshi also on this, because this input is going to give some constructive feedback on the MDO document.
Yeah.
We would like to have that, in fact, instead of status report, which is good, in fact, for Subhadra as well as...
our experience, regarding the experience...
whether you want any change in the structure of the document, yeah, any changes which you suggest for the document, that would be more useful.
Yeah, we should provide some incentive for earlier achieving the targets, and target should be for the measures activities just like land acquisition and land possession. Acquisition is to be done by the MCL and possession by this MDO. So in future contracts we may consider for the some amount to be given as an incentive, same as we put some penalties. Number of penalties are in this contract. If condition precedent is not within 240 days and another for 120 days, then the contractor has to pay penalty 0.5%. That is 113 crore of 0.5% per week. Means 50 lakhs per week. So it is when we are charging them penalty, so we should incentivize if production is if we started production earlier than the timeline. We should see.
That is one of the suggestions you are making, that you should incentivize. In what way it should be incentivized?
In terms of timelines, timeline.
एक मिनट, अगर वो पहले काम शुरू कर देता है तो ऑलरेडी इंसेंटिव है.
देखिए सर, ये बात ऐसा है ना कि ये पहले मुर्गी के अंडा वाला बात है.
नहीं अंडा की बात.
देखिए हम लोग पेनल्टी लगाने के लिए तैयार हैं, ठीक है, वो नहीं करेगा मान के, मगर करेगा तो उसको मैंने हम बोल रहे हैं कि उसको मैंने प्रॉफिट आएगा. 1497 हमने दिया है, उसको प्रॉफिट आएगा, उसमें मिलेगा. ये पार्ट सही है, उसको मिलेगा. मगर फर्दर यदि कुछ छोटा मोटा इंसेंटिव रखेंगे तो वो मैंने उनको मैंने हेल्प होगा. और वैसे ही इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में जो कि लैंड का जो हम लोग का टेनेंसी लैंड का हमने इनको अपलोड किया हुआ है, तो इन लोग को जो भी हम लोग को सबमिट करेंगे उसका पेमेंट हम लोग जैसे ये रिम्बर्स करेंगे, हम लोग उनको पेमेंट करेंगे. वो मैंने वो इशू नहीं है इसमें. जैसे कोई इस विलेज का कंप्लीट हुआ, मान लो जो भी पैसा आया वो अप्रूव होगा, ये रिम्बर्स करेंगे टेनेंट को, आर होल्डर्स को, तो वो पैसा हम जैसे ही होगा हम लोग उनको ट्रांसफ़र कर देंगे. ये एक इंसेंटिव है इसमें, ऐसा नहीं है. मगर उसके अलावा भी यदि ये जल्दी होता है, जैसे कि अभी ये बात चल रहा था कि बॉक्स कट खुलना जरूरी है. हमारे यहाँ पे भी 3 विलेजेस हैं. 3 विलेज में जहाँ पे चलना है इस प्रोजेक्ट में तीनों विलेज शिफ्ट होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. क्योंकि एक जो छोटा बिरनी जो प्लान में हमने दिखाया था अर्लियर, उसमें डंपिंग होगी. यहाँ पर मैंने एक्सटर्नल डंप का कोई प्रोविज़न नहीं है. और जो कनकरई विलेज है उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आएगा. और अभी जो हम लोग का उड़ीसा RRN पॉलिसी में जो हम लोग RNR शिफ्टिंग का जो देने वाले पैकेज, वो कंप्लीट विलेज पे जो 6 लाख प्लस 3 लाख 38,000 देते हैं, उसके ऊपर 10 लाख इंसेंटिव अलग दे रहे हैं. तो इंसेंटिव जब पूरा कंप्लीट विलेज शिफ्ट होगा तब वो दिया जाएगा. तो मैंने इंसेंटिवाइज विलेजर्स को किया गया है इसमें, और उस चीज़ को वो समझ रहे. चूँकि हमारे यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट लैंड नहीं है RNR में यहाँ पर, तो इसमें जब डॉक्यूमेंट बना था तो उसमें गवर्नमेंट लैंड लिख के ही डाला गया था कि RNR जो साइट रहेगा वो गवर्नमेंट लैंड पे ही बनेगा. और चूँकि हमारे यहाँ अभी एक विलेज शिफ्ट हो चुका है, भालूगढ़िया विलेज यहाँ पर हिंगुला एरिया का कंप्लीट शिफ्ट हुआ है मैंने ये पैकेज लेके. तो उसमें हमने जब से प्रोजेक्ट में, क्योंकि मैं 2.5-3 साल से उसी प्रोजेक्ट में हूँ, तो हमने हर लेवल में ये बात हुई. सब कलेक्टर लेवल में बात हुई, कलेक्टर लेवल में बात हुई, अभी फिर फाइनली बात हुई कि भाई इन लोग को हम लोग कैश इन लिeu ऑफ प्लॉट दे देंगे. 10 डिसमिल प्लॉट देने का इनका प्रोविजंस है उड़ीसा RNR पॉलिसी में. तो ये सब मैंने इंसेंटिवाइज हमने किया हुआ है हर चीज़ के जगह. मगर यदि ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को देखते हम लोग बोलते हैं कि भाई हम लोग पहले जनरली क्या है माइनिंग में, ये है ओपन कास्ट माइनिंग में कि आपके पास लैंड है अवेलेबल तो आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. इसमें 10 विलेज हैं, 10 विलेज में 3 विलेज मेन है. यदि तीनों विलेज यदि टाइम से शिफ्ट हो गए तो हम लोग प्रोडक्शन 25 मिलियन नहीं, इसमें 35-40 मिलियन भी फ्यूचर में कर सकते हैं यदि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टाइमली बन जाता है. तो ये सब चीज़ें हम लोग को भी, मैंने देश को भी कोयले का ज़रूरत है, और साथ साथ मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का तो गेन होगा ही, कंपनी का भी फायदा होगा. कंपनी भी मैंने कुछ रेवेन्यू ज़्यादा अर्न करेगा. तो ये सब है, इसमें सोचा जा सकता है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
टाइमली कंप्लीशन ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट इज ऑलवेज वेरी बेनिफिशियल टू द कंट्रैक्टर एज वेल एज द कंपनी. लेकिन इफ यू हैव एनी स्पेसिफिक सजेशन विद रिगार्ड टू इंसेंटिवाइजिंग द कंट्रैक्टर, प्लीज कम अप विद दैट.
सर इसमें एक पेनल्टी और है. इसमें क्या है कि जो हम लोगों ने स्पेशल प्रोविजंस एक्ट में हमारा जो पैसा जमा हुआ है, यदि वो टाइमलाइन में नहीं करता तो वो भी पेनल्टी इनको ही देना पड़ेगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर MDO को देना पड़ेगा. तो इसको तो मैंने जैसे होता है ना कुत्ता के पीछे कुछ लगा देते हैं तो पीछे पीछे दौड़ते जाए, तेजी से दौड़ते, वो तो दौड़ना पड़ेगा इन लोग को. ये वाला बात है. नहीं करेंगे तो और पेनल्टाइज ज़्यादा पेनल्टी होगी. मगर कहीं थोड़ा बहुत इंसेंटिव यदि हम लोग दे पाते, ये मेरा अपना ओपिनियन है.
ओपिनियन नहीं, यू कम अप एक्चुअली, अगर आप कुछ सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं तो स्पेसिफिक सजेशन.
हाँ, मैंने यदि टाइमली यदि हम लोग उसको विलेज शिफ्ट कर पाते हैं तो जरूर हम लोग को कुछ इंसेंटिवाइज करना चाहिए कंप्लीट विलेज. क्योंकि क्या ना तालचेर फील्ड का यहाँ जा रहा है कि यहाँ का जो मैंने पॉलिटिकल जो बैकग्राउंड रहा है, हमेशा हम लोग को लैंड पूरा नहीं मिलता है। यदि इस प्रोजेक्ट में ये कंप्लीट एक बार हम लोग का ECFC हो जाता है और तीनों विलेज खाली हो जाते हैं तो ये बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट होगा फ्यूचर के लिए।
ओके, दैट इज वन पॉइंट ऑफ सजेशन, इंसेंटिवाइज करना है। अगर कुछ स्पेसिफिक दिमाग में है तो बता दीजिएगा या शेयर कर दीजिएगा, और कुछ अगर ऐसा है
सर इसमें और क्लैरिटी ये लोग चाहते हैं, जैसे कि ये भी रेस करेंगे इसमें, मैंने जो इनका PPT आएगा इन लोग का भी रखा हुआ है प्रेजेंटेशन, इसमें इन लोग भी बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे डॉक्यूमेंटेड कास्ट और जो इन्वायरमेंट का जो भी ये क्लियरेंस वगैरह होता है उसका जो कास्ट वगैरह उसका मैंने दिया जाए, मगर चूंकि सब उसमें अपलोड किया हुआ है हम लोग का, इसलिए हम लोग दे नहीं सकते। ऑलरेडी हमने क्लैरिफाई किया हुआ है इनको, यदि ये राइटिंग में देंगे तो हम उसको राइटिंग में भी क्लैरिफाई कर देंगे, मगर राइटिंग में इन्होंने जितना दिया है उतना हमने क्लैरिफाई कर दिया गया है।
अच्छा, ये आपने पहले असाइन कर दिया था किसी को?
किस चीज़ के लिए?
नहीं, जो काम बोल रहे हैं वो आपने ऑफलोड कर दिया था पहले ही?
नहीं, हमने किसी को असाइन नहीं किया है काम।
तो ये तो पेमेंट करने के लिए एंटाइटल्ड है, जो भी स्टैट्यूटरी कॉस्ट है दैट इज
स्टैट्यूटरी कास्ट एंड फीस में ये होता है कि जो जैसे अभी हमने हमारा जो मैंने DGPS सर्वे हुआ, DGPS सर्वे में जो कास्टिंग आएगी इन्होंने एक एजेंसी को लगाया, उस कास्टिंग को हम लोग नहीं दे पाएंगे। हम लोग जो दे पाएंगे और सेक में जो फीस जमा किया है गवर्नमेंट को जमा किया है, वो फीस इन्होंने 2 लाख करीब 38 की 39 हज़ार जमा किया है, उसको हम रिम्बर्स कर पाएंगे, जो कि गवर्नमेंट में ज़्यादा जमा हुआ है। वो डॉक्यूमेंट उसमें लगा के दिया है इन्होंने, हम लोग प्रोसेस में डाल दिए हैं और हम इसको पेमेंट करेंगे। मगर बाकी यदि मान लो 10 लाख का इन्होंने वर्क ऑर्डर दिया है किसी एजेंसी को, वी कान पे।
अगर with regard to this, if you have any specific suggestion, if you can list out the activities.
सर इसमें जैसे मैंने जो बोल रहे हैं ना कि अभी बीच में बात होता है कि बिड डॉक्यूमेंट्स में कुछ क्लैरिफिकेशन मांगते हैं, यदि क्लैरिफिकेशन आता है उसमें हम लोग जरूर क्लैरिफाई कर दे, और लीगल हम लोग का जो टीम है वो अच्छा होना चाहिए। और सेकंड है कि इंजीनियर इंचार्ज जो भी रहेगा उसको पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़ना होगा, एग्रीमेंट पढ़ना होगा, PR पढ़ना होगा, माइनिंग प्लान पढ़ना होगा, हर लॉ को समझना होगा, तभी वो बने सक्सेसफुली बने टाइम पे पहुंचा पाएगा, नहीं तो हम एक दूसरे को ब्लेम करते रहेंगे। वी शुड नॉट ब्लेम।
मैं भी उम्मीद करता हूँ आप पूरी डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़ लिए होंगे।
हाँ, हमने तो पढ़ा है पूरा।
फ्रेमवर्क आपको समझ में आ गया होगा। कुछ और अगर सजेशन है तो वो भी प्लीज कम अप विद दैट।
सर आएगा तो मैं जरूर आपसे शेयर करूंगा।
जरूर। ओके,
थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Now I'll request GMCMC CCL to kindly felicitate sir with a memento. So we have with us on stage R.V. Ringe sir from Subhadra area MCL. Thank you, sir. So we are over with the first session of today's agenda, and we'll be briefly breaking for tea and refreshments. I request everyone in the audience to kindly join within 10 minutes, so that because we are short on time. So let's break for tea. We are waiting for everyone to gather and we shall start shortly. I request everyone to please occupy the seat and be comfortable. So I once again welcome you all to the post-tea session. Now we have with us the next speaker who will be representing SBI. He holds a key portfolio in project finance mainly, and he has also additional to looked after coal sector also. So we have with us MP Siva sir, DGM. Light on the MDO contracts and the finances involved in MDO contracts. Over to you, sir.
Let us welcome sir with a round of applause.
So good morning, everyone. So first of all, let me thank CCL for giving the opportunity to present project financing in SBI. So I am Shiva. I am Sector Head of Power as well as Coal. So our department is situated in Bombay, and we takes care of all infrastructure projects as well as big projects, and it is being taken care of throughout India. And along with me, Subham.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shubham Goyal. I'm Vice President from SBI CAPS, and we are assisting SBI in facilitating this funding of coal mines as well as MDOs.
So just before that, since I already told you that I am mostly involved in power sector. So this snapshot will give us why we need coal, and definitely everybody knows that. And the renewable energy generation is the 10% contribution, but whereas coal is a major requirement for at least for next 20 to 30 years. Though we are given a commitment in COP26 to take care of 50% generation by 2030 and nil by 2070. But this is the idea which we are given to us, and we also, next slide please. So this is a brief background how it has been involved to give more coal mining, and particularly if you see that based on this, and we have also formulated some SOP. Before that we don't have any SOP for financing coal mining, and everybody when we are approaching, and we also was clueless what kind of things we need to do and what kind of things we need to see that. So last 2 months back we formulated some SOP for financing commercial coal mining, and we have formulated in the bank. And recently we have also financed 1 or 2 projects for the coal mining. One is for the CAPEX model and the other is for the MDO, but other financial closure is yet to take place. So this, everybody knows that, but where are we pitching in? So we are pitching in the stage 2, because many of the time when the MDO contract is signed, after that the people used to come and ask us for the financing, because financing closure is the one of the major condition of PDC in MDO. So, but by that time most of the things will not be there. But despite that, we used to go through that contract agreement, and we are funding those based on the project cost which is being formulated by the company. So we are pitching in stage 2, and stage 3, of course, we know that all these things should be there while moving forward. So we have segregated 3 kind of models of financing. So one CAPEX model. So now many auctions are taking place, and somebody is winning these auctions, and they are coming forward to take financing. That is one model. Second is joint venture. As earlier speakers said, that one will have the technical capability and other will have the financial capability. So both of them will form an SPV, and they will come to us for funding. Third is MDO model, mine development cum operator model. So mine operator is owner will be, authority will be the MCL, CCL and other authorities, and we are funding for the MDOs. So typical, this is one thing which everybody knows that, but MDO, mainly the obtaining clearances, development of mining and loading and transportation, this is the main job for them, and they are also coming for the financing of those part only. Those things are applicable to authorities. So what we have found in our, through the contract agreement as well as based on our experience, we have found this is the responsibility matrix. So I think we are okay, probably we are correct in this manner. If you see that construction of statutory buildings and residential buildings, as well as purchase of plant and machinery, infrastructure, and mine development and CSR, these are the major activities of MDO, and others are with the authority, and they will this will be facilitated by the MDOs. So this is what we understood that. Yeah. So now, who are eligible for that? Suppose, first of all, we need to have the letter of award and contract agreement to be signed, and mining plan should be there, and at least 2 years of past record should be there in the mining sector. So this is the major condition for eligible for MDO. And the critical contract terms, which we found in the last 2 contract agreements, which we have seen that. So one is minimum offtake should be ensured, because our entire financial model is based on those contracts only. And another thing is, suppose if there is a laguna, then we are also finding it difficult in financing that. And mining fee should be market linked. What we found in one of the case, it is market linked also. There is an escalable clause. So this will give an idea to us whenever that operation expenses are going up, then automatically that is being covered in the mining contract. So that will not, because it's a long-term loan. We are also funding for, we'll come to the tenor next slide. Since it is a long-term loan, we need to have that clarity on the escalable clauses. Similarly, there is a clause for substitution by lenders in case of any eventual default by notification, that is there. And project assets, and there are 2 assets, project assets and capital works, and those assets we need to have we have to create security also. And land and R&R responsibility to be clearly defined. Many times we are also finding it very difficult in keeping the milestones, though it is with the authority, and because my entire funding plan also will be there based on that only. Otherwise, I cannot fund it more than that. Timelines for penal provisions to be specified. And one critical clause which we found is there is no termination payment in pre-COD. That is one thing always we are finding it very difficult in convincing our committee to get the sanction. That I leave it to you, because you have to see, this was there earlier in NHA agreements also, but now this HAM model and whatever changes we have made, there is a clause. Pre-COD, there is a termination payment also. So that will give an idea to the lenders also how much they will be getting in case of any issue happens during COD. Because so it's a long time, and your COD is at 85% of the peak rated capacity. So when it is 85%, it takes at least 4 to 5 years for the project, the MDO to achieve that. In between, something happens, then I have only one clause substitution. So substitution also, it will take 6 months. Sometimes it may go beyond that also. So by the time the valuation, whatever we are having, that will have a deterioration. So this is one major clause. Because last time also when we went for some other proposal, we found very difficult, but ultimately we could convince them with the various other riders. But thing is, this needs to be taken care of. And debt due. Debt due also, if you look at it, there are 2 components in MDO financing. So one is project assets, whatever we are funding for that construction of those coal handling plant and conveyors, all those things. Second is capital assets. These two actually the depreciated value of that are being given to us. But HEMM, there is no payment. So HEMM is the major funding part in any MDO operations. So that also that is required. And by the time, and that also that has a lesser value also.
So 3 to 4 years it gets depreciated, and we don't have any say in this. So, and major part, suppose for example, for 50% of the cost is going to HEMM, and I am losing straight away 50% of that. That one area needs to be taken care of. So these are the salient features. So we are giving as a term loan for the mine development and term loan for purchase of HEMM. And letter of credit also we are giving, so that the, whoever comes, they can avail machineries they can open letter of credit before entering into all the contracts. And my debt equity will be at 65-35. But for those who are having experiences and a better rating, it will be 70-30. But here also we have made two changes. One is for mine development operations, others 30% and HEMM 20%. Because HEMM is if you see that in the market, it is 20% is the equity margin. But overall it should be either 35 or 30 should be maintained. DSR is 1.1, and tenor is maximum are giving 20 years. Otherwise, depending on the contract agreement, whatever they have signed. And within the minimum 30, this 15% residual period should be there. But repayment of term loans of HEMM should be 3 to 5 years only. Because that is highly depreciated value, and we cannot give more than that. Yeah. So land. So this is the one of the main problem which we are facing in funding this land acquisition. So many times when whoever comes to us, but that point of time there will not be any land acquisition has taken place, and most likely the 20 to 30% would have been there. But with that, I do not know whether they will be in a position to have a continuous operations for forever also. And when my term loan is for the 20 years, and if they don't get it the land in time, then automatically entire repayment will suffer. So we have kept it 75% land of the student as defined in milestone of CMDPA. So that also we are linked to the milestones. Suppose if you say that 30% should be there in year 1, the 40% should be in year 2, like that we are linked to that, so that for them also it will be operational convenient, and for us also it will be easier to finance. But before first time 100% should be there as per the milestones. So when you make the MDO contract, at least that the land acquisition parcel is clearly defined, that will be easier for us to funding. And I also can envisage what kind of how much percentage I should disburse and how much equity he has to bring in at what point of time. So that clear plan will be there. And even there is a lack of land acquisition, then our disbursement also may not take place. In that way, lenders also will be protected, and MDO also will be protected. And of course, evacuation should be there, otherwise there is no point in funding. So evacuation, we are saying that at least before 75% of disbursed, they should be there. And other clearances, it is a PDC. So without that, we also cannot disburse. So other security, so we are asking mortgage of land, but MDOs, we know that the mortgage may not happen, but for that we will take a specific approval. But for the mine owners and all, mortgage is required. Next. So as I told earlier, these are the two major pre-disbursement conditions. One is environment and mining lease should be there, and forest clearance should be there. So that is and land acquisition R&R should be placed as per the efficiency parameters. These are the major pre-DC conditions which we are going to stipulate. We are stipulating. So our concerns earlier. So these are our concerns. So you see that security. Here one clause is there. So they are saying that the assignment can happen after the taking approval from the authority. So that can be taken. Suppose if the lenders are funding it, and instead of waiting for the authority to give permission, once the financial closure happens, then automatically we can go for mortgage of those lands. That you can think about it. And land acquisition, most of the time it is occurring in phases. That, as I already told, if it is clearly defined in the contract agreement and the milestone, and it will be useful for us to fund it. And offtake risk. So after at least in MDO there is no offtake risk because they are doing a job work only. But in the case of other owners who are coming forward for this mine development, there is always an offtake risk that we are taking care. So lengthy construction time and time required to declare COD. Here one issue is the day one, for year one they are able to generate cash. At least 10 to 20% they will be in a position to generate. But my COD is 85% of the PRC. So my COD is declared only after 6 years. The 6 years period is the crucial for me for funding. That is the main thing which we need to be addressed. That's why again and again I am repeating the same thing. Of course, already I have covered that no repayment in case of COD. And mobilization advance, it's not that I am leaving it to you how you will taking it. That mobilization advance has not been given by the mine owner. Yes, we have found that somebody was asking us to give mobilization advance also. Since it has come to us the request, then we thought that we can include this. Of course, the clearances always, if there is a delay, there will be time overrun and cost overrun. Subsequently, the viability depends on that only. So thank you. So this is a brief of our policy. Any questions, I am ready to take, sir.
Regarding COD, Mr. Shiva, there is another condition related to that. That is 50% of the annual contracted quantity. It's not only 85% of the maximum contracted quantity. It also states 50% of the annual contracted quantity. So it is not that you are going to fund it. The risk is for the 6 years or 7 years. If the bidder achieves the in between, that is possible. So that depends upon the bidder how fast he can execute the contract and achieve 50% of the.
Probably, sir, because when we did the last financing, we found that it is 85%. Probably if there is a change, then definitely it will be good for that.
That change has been made in the document.
Thank you, sir.
I have seen actually you made some comparison between this coal mine development and production agreement. From that point of view, I can say one thing: for financing MDOs, it will be much easier for one or two reasons. Because in this presentation, you have raised this financing of land acquisition.
Yes.
Actually, now what are the latest provisions? You need not to finance it because now we are paying directly. Whatever documented and statutory costs are there, company is directly paying to the person who is eligible. And even before that, there was a provision in the document that we will reimburse it within 1 month. So it was very specific. Whenever any payment is made by the MDO to the party from whom this land is acquired, within 1 month payment. So this land, as far as MDO is concerned, now all the issues have been, I can say, addressed. And the COD, Mr. Anandji.
Here also one suggestion. Actually, when I was here, when I saw the other presentations, I could sense one more thing. You are saying that some reimbursements are there.
Direct reimbursement.
Yes.
That means they don't need to. They will just have to get the document, and then whatever payment is to be made, company will pay directly to the person from whom land is acquired. No, MDO doesn't have to pay. Earlier the condition, or earlier the provision was for reimbursement of that expenditure within 1 month. Now it is direct payment by the company to the landowner. So yes, it will be there. Now it is payment, reimbursement for land within 1 month. So I think this makes you a bit comfortable in this respect. So I think
these two aspects, it is actually new to me, because why I am saying last when we did that we found all those things, and we have even
these are the
taken into project cost also.
I think, and if we see, you have seen this presentation of CRML. In total, approximately 8,000 crore project. 5,000 is investment of the company. So by the time you are financing any MDO, company has already, most of our expenditure is coming in the first 2 or 3 years.
Yes.
So company has already, if Coal India or the East subsidiary, they have already taken a risk of 5,000 crore, then funding say 70% of 3,000 crore should not be that risky. That is my point. So you can go a bit easy with the MDOs. Thank you.
Actually, in that aspects only we have taken this policy, but at the same time, we are relying completely on the MDO. Suppose in case if his failure should not be a problem to us actually, that is the thing. Okay, we are doing the due diligence, we are taking care of all those things. Sometimes what happens beyond that also it becomes a failure and it falls on the bank, and bank it becomes a banker's baby ultimately. And because substitution I have to do, then I have to find out some other guy, and he should also that you know what he has to take care of your responsibilities, all those things. Those things are there. Of course, we are in the first stage. Let us evolve and we will do that, sir.
In nutshell, basically the risk of financing the bidder in under CMDPA is much lower in case of MDOs.
Yeah. That is why actually we found it relatively easy to get that proposed sanction. Only this was the pre-COD was the very big component which we have to struggle to convince the committee. Otherwise, it was okay with that.
सर आप एमडीओ को लोन दे रहे तो मॉर्टगेज में माइन रखने के लिए बोल रहा
नहीं वो इसलिए था I was telling that for MDO it will not be, mortgage will not be there. For the
only project assets would be there. Whatever are the project assets wherein this amount is going, like plant and machinery, infrastructure, whatever MDO is creating, that is getting securitized.
That is okay.
Thank you.
Any other question?
सर या ये सर उसमें एक अंडरटेकिंग का नॉन डिस्पोजल अंडरटेकिंग की बात कही गई है, ये क्या ऑनर को देना होगा या
नहीं? MDO has to, SP has to give. SPV का ये होता है ना आपका प्रोमोटर,
SPV के प्रोमोटर्स तो विल बी मतलब ये शॉर्ट ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट गारंटी टाइप ऑफ
नहीं शॉर्ट ऑफ a pledge. Yes.
Okay.
Because 30% you are pledging the shares and 20% non-disposable, you are saying that you will not dispose those shares without our approval.
Okay.
That is what it says.
Okay.
Minimum maximum मैं कैसे बोल सकता हूँ मैंने yes we have Sierra? No, we are ready. See, only thing is we have sanctioned and other, see, it's financial closure has to happen.
Yes.
So other two lenders are there in the process based on our appraisal.
Yes.
So once it is over, then we will sign it. And the company has to say.
Yes.
How many? Company, you are from company?
No, we are from MCL.
Okay.
What happens is a consortium.
Yes.
3,000 crores is the loan funding amount.
Yes.
So it's a consortium. No one bank will come into it. It's a consortium of banks.
Okay.
SBI has done it. SBI has sanctioned the facility. Now based on that sanction, the other banks have to sanction.
Okay.
So that is the process of the bank.
Okay.
We are pushing from our end.
Yes.
It will take some time, but it will come on. Once it comes on the table, we'll sign it.
Okay.
And simultaneously we appointed LLC and all because they are also doing the documentation.
Okay.
Once everything is over, immediately.
Within how many days max can we expect?
Days actually, see, thing is from our side I am ready.
Yes.
So
because we are also in the last end stage. We have already
I know that.
Obtained all licenses, all clearances. And we expect that we will start the mine within 1 month.
No, we are also pushing the company because.
So without this financing agreement, we cannot start the mine.
Correct.
Because it is a major condition precedent.
I think
so
kindly presentation we can ask them.
Yes.
Yes, I am ready and my part is also ready.
Okay.
Documentation also we are taking place.
Okay.
Once they are okay, then we are ready.
but because it is from the zero date, it is gaining revenue. There is no issue in it.
हेलो
Thank you.
हेलो अभी आपका प्रेजेंटेशन में हमने देखा कि 75% लैंड एक्विजिशन जो आप एक क्राइटेरिया अपना ये रखे हैं, तो हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि बट इन प्रिंसिपल लोन अप्रूवल तो आप कर सकते हैं, तो आप उस हिसाब से
No, in principle we are giving it. In principle, that is what I am saying. That is linked to it's a disbursement. So, and also I am giving a milestone also. So what milestone you are facing, and that is what I am saying, that when you want to have 1,000 acres of land you have to acquire, and you should have the milestone clearly documented, so that it will give an idea to us also while financing at what stage you are going to acquire this. And I will also stipulate the conditions to the company so that it should be acquired at that point of time. And my disbursement also will be linked to that, so that both all of us are in the win-win situation.
Basically what sir is trying to say is land acquisition will be in phases. So land acquisition will be in phases. So as per the defined milestones, whatever land is required in which year, we will link our PTC to that only. Okay, sanction will be given, financial closure can be obtained, that is not an issue. It's just that before disbursement of loan, that portion of land which has been committed in the agreement should be in place prior to the disbursement.
नहीं, हमारा ये है कि सपोज सी इन द फर्स्ट फोर्थ ईयर सपोज some 1,000 acres of land acquisition करना है, but however due to certain reasons वो 900 acres हो रहा, जो भी हो रहा, but मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ जो प्रोडक्शन का उससे उसको चाहिए जो इक्विपमेंट के लिए, उसके लिए whatever the loan is required, so are you going to disperse it or not, or you are linking it to that land acquisition and say no, you have to?
No, see, first of all, we cannot decide whether he will acquire or not. So I have to put a stipulation stating that you have to acquire this much land at that point of time, number one. Number two, if he is able to, as you said, if he is able to acquire 90% of the land and say 10% is remaining, and it is not going to affect the coal mining, and at that point of time we will take the decision. Because thing is, up for ab initio I cannot tell that. I will leave it for open-ended.
Okay.
So see, because when I am going for a sanction, I should understand clearly how I am going to disburse it. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, please be on stage. Now I will request RDRI3 Shri Jayant Chakraborty, sir, to kindly felicitate sir with a memento.
I was expecting that there will be lot of question from the banker, from the MDOs, but it seems that we are advocating on their behalf. So why not direct questions? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we all know that learning is a two-way process and sharing of best practices is one such way. We have, since the commencement of this workshop, we have been hearing from different dignitaries, delegates, experts from different organizations and subsidiaries of CIL. But today we are going to hear the experiences from the ones who are the central theme of this workshop, the MDOs. So with this, I would request representatives from Measures Dilip Buildcon Limited, CIML, MCL, to please come on stage and share their experiences. Let us give them a huge round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please. स्लाइड को शो करिए. कैसे होता है? नेक्स्ट पेज करने के लिए we are the myself Samir Kanti Ghosh from MS Dilip Bidcon Limited of this MDO CRML project. We are going to present want to share the experience by MS DBL on MDO project. This is contract period is 25 years. Total production we are going to be 1091 million ton, and this capacity per annum 50 million ton. Land record is 2045.21 hectares, and total number of project person is 2645. This is the production schedule. Initially for first year it will 5 million ton, second year 10, after then third and sixth year will be reaching the final output 50 million ton per annum. This is the milestone schedule of work completions. Next, approval and clearances. Now about maximum clearances we got only forest clearance stage 2, still it is under consideration. Maybe end of this month we can expect this to getting stage 2. After stage 2 we will apply for this permission from CCO for stream opening, and CTU and CTU already applied. We are waiting for that. And this is the state highway passing through the mine of Siarmal for initially 5 years. Already we have alternative option to divert the this state highway to so that production will not get disturbed. And this is the land details. Village wise we have 5 villages: Gopalpur, Siarmal, Kulda, Jupuranga, Tumolia. And land requirement about international land, government land and forest land. And first 5 years land requirement is based on this village wise. We have, you can see that already up to 5 years land, more than 5 years land already acquired, and still it is under process. This progress of MDO is mainly due to proactiveness and support of the Mahalakshmi area and MCL and the CL management. But always there is scope of further improvement. We are looking for lot of help from MCL and other CL bodies also. Now I am showing the experience sharing by MSDBL on the MDO contract. We have some doubts and clear on the contracts. We want to request to our CMPDL respective CMPDL team to their valuable suggestions. How can we overcome this? In the event of insufficient supply of wagons at delivery point, mine operators shall be asked to stock coal, which is 70% of the mining charges we have to pay. Remaining 30% will be paid at the time of delivery. And also no rehandling charges shall be paid for delivery of undelivered coal. We are requesting to CMPDL team if they can give any valuable suggestion whether undelivered coal can be kept at 5% of the peak capacity for entire financial year, beyond which entire mining charges shall be paid against undelivered coal. Also we can request you to make a provisional payment of rehandling charges additionally at the time of delivery of undelivered coal, instead of asking mine operator to load the same in the mine charges, sir. Second, sir, as per his commercial operation date is concerned, in the one provision it is clearly mentioned that it will be the 85% of the contract capacity. But in other provision it is mentioned that commercial operation date occurs on or prior to 2135 days from the appointment date. So both provisions are contradictory. So we are looking for some clarification from the respected CMPDL team, if they can give some answers. And third one is statutory cost. Whether this statutory cost is not mentioned clearly, which one is going to be under statutory cost and which one should not be. So we are very much confused about that, like scientific study, like CTO cost, all these things cost, whether it will be payable by MDO or by authority. that clearance should be given in the MDO contract that this cost should be paid by MDO, this cost should be paid by authority. It's not clear in the agreement. Sorry. And fourth point is total project cost. It is means the capital cost on the construction and finance of the project. But as far as contract, also other provision is mentioned that mine operator can operate the mines with leased equipment. So we want to avoid this ambiguity. It may be clearly mentioned that total project cost includes cost of the leased equipment and the time of evaluating total capital spent, vice versa cost required to be spent as per the project completion schedule. Cost of leased equipment should also be considered. As per point 5, in case of damage, we are requesting the authority should provide some tolerance, say at least 0.5 to 1% towards handling, spillage, loss, beyond which damage or penalty may be imposed. It is our request to do, if possible, to change this in this contract agreement. And this is the most important case. In suppose all the clearance get cleared on month of March, month of February, then only 1 month will be left for this accounting year. This 1 month is not sufficient to give the production. First year our production is 5 million ton. Not possible to give the 5 million ton. We have to give on port data which is, but next month April will be the second year. So without only for if we spend only 1 month for first accounting year, a second accounting year will start from month of April. Then how is it possible to get 10 million ton coal production from this April second accounting year onwards? So we are requesting to, instead of accounting year, calendar year to be considered for achieving the yearly production. And testing of coal, also grade slippage is there. For grade slippage, we are looking for help from this Simpedial team. Instead of deduction on daily basis, monthly escalation resolution from the purchaser, monthly weighted average GCB of coal supplied during the month may be reconciled to arrive at the rate and per ton realization on average GCB supplied by the MCL for the month. Or mining charges may be deducted for reduction in JCB from declared JCB on prorated basis instead of charging 1.25%. Or mine operator shall be penalized if variation of GCB is more than 150 kilocalorie per kg from the declared GCB. And this last one, this price index, lot of price index is given, but no fixed formula is given for escalation. Specific formulas should be there to avoid the ambiguity in the calculations. And also one more point, during bidding, the environment condition whatever have given, but whenever we got these environment clearances, lot of new conditions have been imposed. So this is a new condition, means change of scope. So already agreement has been signed, so how this is possible to do? This is also our queries. We want to get answers from this also from our CMPDL team, if possible to give. From our side, sir, it is this is enough. And thank you, sir.
Yeah, what is the problem with this price index? I
Sir,
think
no formula is given for escalation, sir. Without formula of escalation, we are going to face the how this will be calculated, sir.
Achha, that can be that formula can be yeah, please. That can be clarified. Go to the previous slide. This I think is not daily direction. Daily direction तो नहीं है. Achha, this needs to be analyzed in detail. We'll get into it and we'll put it. Go to the previous slide.
सर सपोज हम लोग का सब क्लियरेंस इस 2022 का फरवरी तक कंप्लीट हो जाता है तो मार्च में हम लोग काम चालू कर देंगे, तो अकाउंटिंग ईयर का ओनली 1 महीना बचेगा सर, तो उस पर हम लोग को फर्स्ट में जो डेटाबेसिस में प्रोडक्शन करना है तो फर्स्ट 1 मंथ में हाउ टू पॉसिबल टू सर फर्स्ट हम क्लियरेंस
That is prorated to 1 month only.
नहीं अगेंस्ट फॉर फ्रॉम नेक्स्ट आफ्टर मार्च अप्रैल इट विल सेकेंड ईयर, सो सेकेंड ईयर आवर टारगेट इज 10 million ton. So without developing the mines in sufficient length and width, how it's possible to get
that is prorated to annual capacity. Prorated to annual capacity, not for the maximum contracted capacity.
Yes, sir. First year annual capacity is 5 million ton. Second year is 10 million ton. So if I got clearance in month of February, तो मार्च में 1 महीना मिलेगा सर, फिर अप्रैल से हम लोग का सेकेंड ईयर चालू हो जाएगा, उसमें हमको 10 million ton करना है, तो हम लोग का बेंच डेवलपमेंट होगा, सब कुछ, इट विल टेक टाइम सर.
नहीं, that will be prorated for the first year as well as the second year. हाँ, चेंज हो जाएगा शेड्यूल.
अच्छा.
That will be prorated as per the shifting of the schedule. जैसे आपको 1 महीना उसका मिला तो 1 महीने का आपको मिलेगा प्रोरेट करके टारगेट.
ओके.
Right. Go to the previous slide again.
Sorry, clause 5.
This I think has been incorporated. This has to be looked into.
Number 5, sir?
Number 5. Patro can answer this. नहीं किया गया.
तो उसमें तो ये हो गया ना, अगर हमने इसको 2 पार्ट में कर दिया है, एक पार्ट वो जो तो ये तो ऑलरेडी आई थिंक एड्रेस हो गया है, जो नेक्स्ट उसमें नहीं एग्रीमेंट में नहीं हुआ है, पर ये लेटर जो हुआ है उसमें हो गया, इसमें नहीं हुआ. इसमें नहीं हुआ है. जो आपने जो ये टोटल प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट को लेके जो क्वेरी रेज की है, ये जो सब्सिक्वेंट चेंजेस किए हैं हमने उन डॉक्यूमेंट में ठीक हो गया है. ये जो प्रॉब्लम है ये ठीक है, सीआरएमएल में अगर रह गई है तो शायद इसका कुछ करना मुश्किल होगा. आई थिंक मिस्टर पात्रो कैन एलोबरेट इन मोर डिटेल्स.
I think CRML agreement was executed before we changed as you were proposing. So for subsequent agreements, we have changed these as per your suggestion. I don't know whether it will be possible for CRML to be changed for this part.
Okay, sir.
And regarding your other
Sir, actually, cost of lease equipment should also be considered. That we want to.
Sir, as the other MDO, I think I would like to shed some light on the total project cost. We are from the PowerMech AMR consortium, and we have executed the same contract agreement as CRML. One thing, sir, about the total project cost, it reflects also the cost of the authority, which is CCL's cost, and in their case MCL's cost. And secondly, sir, even though the contract allows for leasing of HEMM, because in subsequent clauses, total project cost not only is our performance bank guarantee is dictated by that, our capital expenses is dictated by that, and as well as during company formation, even the paid up capital is dictated by total project cost. So why have a cost element which is the authority is already bearing, and also when the contract allows for rental, why are we using this as an absolute number, whereas it should be given flexibility? Because obviously we are doing there's a bidding process, so you should not have an absolute number. The total project cost will be something that's determined by the MDO, which is why MDOs have been invited. Thank you.
नए में है, ये हो गया है.
But
In
what
the
to do
change
with
document,
this,
this has been addressed in the change document.
सर न्यू टेंडर में क्या होगा, लेकिन अभी तो ऑलरेडी जो है उसमें
Yes, इसमें I don't think we will be able to change this.
ओके सर.
And regarding your question, one question was there regarding statutory provision payment.
Yes sir, previous one, this number 3 sir.
Yes, in that any scientific study or any report regarding baseline data or something like that, those will not be reimbursed. Only you can say the application money to the government agencies, those will be reimbursed.
Like for EC and FC only sir.
Yes.
But this for scientific study, if I doing from SIMPAR also, that is not.
No. It's not a question of whether it is you are getting it done by a private party or public company. It's not a question about that. It's a question about it's not defined what are the reports to be generated. Okay. So only the application money to the statutory authorities will be reimbursed.
Okay. And regarding say this forest clearances, during
yes of course,
during sir, what I'm asking, okay, apart from this, last question I have this during this bidding, we got some conditions to have to fulfill during this EC, but during EC clearance they have imposed lot of extra conditions they have imposed to us.
Right.
So how to deal with this, sir? This is the change of scope, sir. Or what
we'll have to discuss and deliberate on that.
Sir?
We'll have to discuss and deliberate on this issue.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. That's from me, sir. Thank you.
Sir, एक question है sir.
Sir.
For Dilip Bilkon.
Sir.
So we just heard from the bankers of SBI. Again, not to put you on the spot, but मैं एक चीज़ समझना चाहता हूँ कि जब फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर हो गया अप्रैल मंथ में, अभी क्या मुसीबतें आ रहे हैं सर आपको फाइनेंशियल क्लोजर करने में, क्योंकि एक बार स्टेज 1 आ गया तो माने माइन तो खोल सकते हैं.
सर ये प्रोसेस में है सर, विद इन दिस मंथ ऑफ अक्टूबर इट विल बी डन सर.
नहीं, इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है, ऐसा कुछ आपको चीज़ में जानकारी अगर दे सके तो, क्योंकि हम भी आपके पीछे हैं तो हम ये चीज़ जानना चाहते हैं.
हम उतना डिटेल्स में नहीं बोल पाएंगे अभी. एक्चुअली सर माइंस टोटल जो लीज है 40 माइंस, लाइफ ऑफ द माइंस इज 40 ईयर्स सर, और आवर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज 25 ईयर्स. सो फाइनल माइन क्लोजर कॉस्ट जो 25 ईयर्स के बाद जो आएगा वो उसमें कुछ प्रॉब्लम वाज देयर, बट ऑलरेडी सॉर्टेड आउट एंड विल बी गिवन सर. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request General Manager Mining Shri G.K. Rathore sir to please come on stage and felicitate sir, greet him with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. It was really insightful. Going forward, now I would like to invite representatives from Measures SL Mining, Subhadra, MCL to please come on stage and share their experiences with respect to this workshop. Representatives from Measures SL Mining, Subhadra, MCL. Let us greet sir with a round of applause.
Honorable dignitaries and good afternoon friends. I would like to thank everybody for giving an opportunity to present about the Subhadra project to the team. प्रेजेंटेशन को लगाएंगे। नहीं नहीं, yeah. Good afternoon, sirs. Welcome. This is the flow of my presentations. I'll have a glance about the Aditya Birla Group, that is SL Mining, the subsidiary of Aditya Birla Group, and Subhadra MDO project details that already Mr. Ringe has shared in the dash, and project schedules with respect to MCL contract timelines. We can skip it also because that is also shown by Mr. Ringe. Major scope of our the MDO, major scope work of MCL, and what are the challenges in the contract. Sir, Aditya Birla Group is a $60 billion conglomerate having presence in 6 continents and 36 countries, having 140,000 plus employees, and we have almost 300 millions of customers, like loyal customers for the group, sir. With respect to the mining, sir, SL Mining, sir, we have right now 6 coal MDOs. 2 coal blocks we have already owned as a commercial coal blocks, and we are the largest producer of iron ore mines of the country, and we have presence spread over Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra, like the presence I am showing, sir. This is the salient feature of this project of Subhadra project, sir. I am not going to it. I'm skipping it, sir. This is the key project timelines. That is, the contract is signed on 17th June, and the contract period is for 25 years, $25 million project, sir. And there are the first accounting year is 2024, and the commencement of coal productions, it is the FY 26, that is in the June 2025. This is the major scope of MDO. Actually, if you see the contract of Subhadra, it is basically 2 contracts. One is for the production contract, another is as contract as a pure agent. So it's basically 2 contracts. As a pure agent, we have to procure the forest clearances, environment clearances. We have to complete the land acquisitions, physical position of the land, and also we have to complete the R&Rs. So as a pure agents, for which we will take the reimbursements. And construction of the overhead transmission line from Nandira substation to run the project. Construction of the railway lines, almost 9.3 kilometer for the presently, that is MCRL phase 1. We have to take a line of around 9.3 kilometers. Construction of residential colony for authority as well as for our own employees. Construction of workshop and other facilities and service buildings. Construction and maintenance of CHP and with rapid loading silo systems, and construction of all the project substations for CHP as well as for operations, sir. This is the scope of MCLs, like procure access to the site and provide connectivity to the road connectivity, procure issuance of terms of reference and online submission of environmental forest applications, payment of land related compensation like government and forest land, all statutory and documented coal relating to statutory clearance and R&R, providing employment to PAP, appointment of engineer in charge, and statutory manpower, general administrative manpower, sir. Now this is the challenges this is the broad major challenges we find, particularly financing, because we have to develop a railway line of 9.3 kilometers, and we have to develop the CHP as well as rapid silo systems, silo loading systems. So now we are getting the difficulty in financing because because there is huge there is a huge uncertainty on the land acquisition. So the land is not identified. We have to start from beginning of land acquisitions for the railway lines, and we have to construct the railway line because it is critical for coal evacuations. So because unless otherwise there is coal evacuation system, then there will be difficult to go for productions. Another is like environment clearance and this is forest clearances. If you see the pure agent agreement, it says that the actual cost and documented cost will be paid by MCLs. That is the cost that is not built on a mining cost. But we are getting challenged that although we are discussing with MCLs, but MCL we are not getting clarity on it, both in forest clearances as well as environment clearances. Another thing that is in land acquisitions, like for now the notification is done for section 11 of out of 985 hectares, 125 hectares remaining. That notification is processed, and we have to complete the compensation rule. We have to carry these yadast and structure measurements that we are right now doing. So this type of documented cost we have not built in our mining cost, and we are discussing, but we are not getting clarity from MCLs. Regarding the rehabilitation and resettlement, it says that it's one of the conditions present. We have to do the rehabilitation resettlement with government land, but getting government land of this at a single location is a big challenge. So particularly in one locations, and particularly the government administrations has already clarified there is no government land available in the district to give any give for R&R. So we are facing challenge to go for identification of R&R colony, but now we have been advised to go for cash in lieu of plot and as in lieu of a house. So this will be a challenge because we presume that all the villagers will be taking this cash in lieu of plot and in lieu of houses. Another, with respect to rehabilitation resettlement policy of MCLs, it gives jobs to category, as per the Orissa Rehabilitation Resettlement Policy 2006, it categorized six project affected persons. For category 1 and category 2 there is provision for employment and cash in lieu of employment, but it's silent on other 4 categories. So this will be challenge. Regarding this reimbursement of all the private land and R&R compensations, we have to, as per the contract, we have to pay it and get it reimbursed from MCLs. I think there is some sort of we have to raise the invoice. There is a clause 29.11. We have to raise invoice with respect to GST laws. Like what should be the I mean whether GST should be applicable or not. In case GST is applicable, what should be the quantum of the GST? So I think in case it can be made that the compensation because of land and everything is directly paid to villagers. It will make ease of the life of the MDOs because it will be part of the cash flow of the MDO. It's a huge quantity, like 955 crores of rupees. So it will help the MDO to make his life ease and operate the project. Next is a railway siding. Because you are facing the difficulties in funding, I would suggest the MCL can like fund the money, fund this for railway line, and MCL can go for acquisition of the land, so that it will remove the uncertainty, like some sort of risk will go to MCL, so that we can construct the railway lines. Now the bankings are asking like what about the land acquisition? Now we have not identified the land yet. So in case this part can be taken by authority, it will be helpful for the project. This is all I can say, sir. I rest my case, sir. Thank you everybody.
Is there any query? We are open for a question and answer session.
अच्छा, एक चीज़ हाउस के लिए ये पूछना था हमें कि जैसे अभी हमने ये सुभद्रा के लिए देखा कि इसमें रेल कनेक्टिविटी जो है ये एमडीओ के पार्ट में है, और पिछला सियारमल में रेल कनेक्टिविटी उनके पार्टमेंट में नहीं था। जहाँ तक सीसीएल की बात है, उसमें किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट में, एमडीओ प्रोजेक्ट में हमको लगता है कि शायद वो रेल कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है। तो ये एक सिमेट्रिकलिटी तो होनी चाहिए इसमें शायद सीएमपीडीआई कुछ बोल सकते हैं।
इसमें पहला जो ओरिजिनल प्रोविज़न था, उसमें ओरिजिनल प्रोविज़न में यह था कि रेल कनेक्टिविटी विल बी ऑन द पार्ट ऑफ एमडीओ, बट सब्सिक्वेंटली एमडीओ डॉक्यूमेंट हैज़ बीन चेंज्ड, और उसमें ये फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दिया गया है कि ये भी कर सकते हैं, अथॉरिटी भी कर सकते हैं इस पार्ट को।
Any more questions? Thank you, sir. Now I would request our Chief Manager Mining, Shri Sanjeev Kumar, to...
Just a minute. You have not made any suggestions regarding the contract documents. In fact, you must have gone through the document, and since you the recent tender which has been awarded to you, would you like to make some specific comment on the document structure or any difficulty you are facing with the document, any of the provisions in the document?
Sir, I think I have given a lot of comments on the contract only. I think if you see the contract, many times you speaks about documented cost, fees, expense, but you are nowhere you have defined it, what it is exactly. So when the bidders ask you, as per our understanding for environmental clearance, this is the cost, you have replied as per NIT. Bidder has understood something, he has asked you for clarifications, but in the same clarification you have written them, it is as per NIT. So as per NIT, this is my understanding, I came to you as a bidder. But so as per understanding, I have not built the I have built the documented cost as cost of taking all these studies. This is I'll be submitting all the documents, all the work orders, everything. Oh, I think it looks like a lot of deliberations, and also regarding that is what I told, that a lot of I think the mentality of passing all the risks and uncertainty to MDO will help the project. That mentality we have to think of. It is not like that all the risks should take the MDO now, it is given to MDO. I think we should think that it is our strategic partner. We should share some sort of responsibility, some sort of risk.
Okay, then one point you have made regarding that. Any other point, if you have suggestion, you can mail it subsequently also.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, regarding this 9.3 kilometer rail line, it is in the scope of MDO for land acquisition, clearances, and all laying and construction also. So it is not on the part of authority, it is included in the cost, project cost also, and MDO part also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request our Chief Manager Mining, Shri Sanjeev Kumar, sir, to please come on stage and bestow sir with a token of appreciation.
Next we have another operator. So he will be representing Kotre Basantpur CCL. The name of the operator is Messrs PMPL AMR Consortium. So let's welcome the representatives from PMPL AMR Consortium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rajendra. I'm from KBP Mining Private Limited, PMPL AMR Consortium. This is our team.
नमस्कार, जोहार. मेरा नाम अभय कुमार सिन्हा, रिटायर्ड जनरल मैनेजर फ्रॉम कोल इंडिया लिमिटेड, नाउ एसोसिएटेड विद एज जनरल मैनेजर in KBP Mining Private Limited.
नमस्कार, आई एम राजेश्वर रेड्डी, कुत्ते बसंतपुर प्रोजेक्ट का जनरल मैनेजर KBP माइनिंग से. आई एम रिटायर्ड फ्रॉम सिंगरेनी कॉलेज कंपनी लिमिटेड.
So the background of the Kotra Basanpur Pachma open cast coal project is, it's a greenfield project falling in West Bokaro coal fields in the district of Ramgarh and Bokaro, respectively of state of Jharkhand. The coal mine has been allocated to CCL on 19th April 2018 and has planned to take up this project in MDO mode, and subsequently PMPL-AMR Consortium V KBP Mining Private Limited has been finalized as the MDO operator, and award the work has been done on 22nd January 2021, and we signed an agreement between CCL and KBP MPL on 26th June 2021, and this is the project overview. PR approved on 11th February 2020, and thereafter tender floated on 27th June 2020. After that, LOA issued on 22nd February 2021. Then agreement signed on 26th June 2021, and thereafter the condition precedent of MDO, PMPL and AMR has to be fulfilled by 21st April 2021, but we had taken extension until 19th December 2022. And the production may start in 24 March, and scheduled COD is on 22nd February 2028. And this is the condition precedent status of CCL as per contract agreement. All the condition precedent has been fulfilled by CCL, and approval of R&R plan is not yet done. And this is the condition precedent of contract agreement for MDO. And we submitted performance security, and thereafter the balance and legal opinion with respect to authority has been done. The financial agreements and the substitution of agreement is been final discussions with our bankers. Hopefully it will be done in the first week of November or second week, and thereafter we will complete financial agreement, substitution agreement, financial package, and the grant of forest clearance and environment clearance is not yet done. And 17th of October, that is Monday, we have a FEC, and hopefully the stage 1 clearance will get soon. The observations of MDO in RFB. The consortium members are mandated to take initial equity infusion against the total project cost, that is, or assess the project cost, that is at least 75% of the estimated project cost. The total project cost is the project estimated investment over the life of the project or mine. The life of the project mine in the several projects is more than 25 years, that is beyond contract period. And our suggestion is any commitment from the mine operator or consortium members with respect to the investments beyond their scope work is technically not justified. And then the equity is always progressive and infused as per the requirements of the project. Most of the projects offered under MDO mode, such as Chandragupt, Sangamitra, are in the pre-development stage without FC, EC and CTE. The gestation period of this grant of FC, EC and CTE is around 2 years. So since no development or construction activities takes place without FC, EC and CTE, there will be minimum project spends during the pre-development stage. But however, the consortium members are required to infuse at least 15% of the total project cost, that is running into the hundreds of crores, on the day of the formation of SPV, even there is no fund requirement in the project. And the suggestion for this is that this restrictive and discriminatory condition applicable only to the bidder participating through consortium is not justified. And one more is HEM contributes towards a major share of total project cost or estimated project cost. MDO, instead of an outright purchase, can always opt for HEMM leasing through institutionalized banking mechanisms. The suggestion for this equity commitment for HEM purchase is not yet justified. And the last one is a part of the equity requirement of the project can be met through internal cash accruals, especially in the later years, that is operational stage of the project. The equity commitment should be restricted only with respect to the investment in the project up to development of the ramp-up stages. And a few more observations. Achieving the FC and EC within 25 25 days is impossible and impracticable. As per contract agreement, the mine operator shall satisfy the following condition precedent, that is procure of EC and FC within 240 days. But procurement of EC and FC in all applicable permits related to environmental protection and conservation of the site within 240 days is impractical. And we understand that there are provisions for extension of the contract, there are provisions for extension of condition precedent timelines in case delay due to reasons beyond the control of MDO. But the EAC and FAC are raising so many queries and objections in the mining plan prepared by CMPDL and approved by CCL, and thus causing abnormal delay and the revision of mining plan itself. There shall be saving clause to MDO for the delay on account for the reasons which is not attributable to MDO. And observation of MDO or statutory fee cost. As per contract agreement, Article 5.1.5 E and F, which refers that procure issuance of environmental clearance and forest clearance. The authority authorizes the mine operator to procure these clearances and make any payment comes as statutory cost and fees. For this, the authority shall reimburse the mine operator the payment so made in accordance with the clause 29.1.6 of this agreement. As per the contract agreement, the MDO shall has to bear all the expenses for the procurement of FC and EC. The authority will reimburse to the MDO the statutory cost and fees for the procurement of these aforementioned clearances. But the definition of statutory cost and fees is missing in the contract agreement and creating confusion among the bidders and MDO regarding what component of the expenses made towards the FC or EC and which are reimbursable and what components are not. And one more is the performance security is sustainably high as it is linked to 5% of total estimated project cost. As detailed in serial number 1, the total estimated project cost is not true reflection of the scope of the work MDO. And it is suggested that the performance security should be linked to 5% of annual contract value, that is production at PRC into quoted rate. And the penalty for grade slippage is without any operational tolerance, without proportion when compared to the mining fee. As per contract agreement, Article 23.2.3, which refers that subject to the clause 30.1.2 of this agreement, if the results of the coal test conducted to the delivery point indicated a deterioration in grade from the declared grade, that is grade slippage, then the mine operator shall indemnify and shall be liable to forthpay to the authority, that is 1.25 times the amount equivalent to the portion of the sale price of coal, which is authority is unable to fails or to realize from a buyer on account such grade slippage as damages. In addition, the mine operator shall be liable to pay the authority the amount loss incurred by the authority due to any payment of royalty to the government. The points are the declared grade is determined by taking samples at different locations, seams of the block. Some locations may be higher or some may be lower grade. Therefore, it may not be possible to deliver such consignment declared grades. And penalizing the MDO based on difference in price of declared grade and supplied grade will be too large and out of proportion compared to the mining fee. As a royalty for grade slippage, it is not reimbursed to the coal consumers. Therefore, the same should not be recovered from the MDO also. We suggested that the grade reconciliation for the purpose of penalty may not be done on the monthly average basis to have a slab-wise penalty. And notwithstanding anything to the contrary in this clause 37, the mine operator acknowledges no termination payment shall be due and payable prior to the COD. The project requires investment during investment running into thousands of crores for plant and equipment, which shall be tailor-made for the project. Most in this investment will be towards immovable assets not having provision of termination payment prior to COD, which is most in cases will be declared after 4 to 5 years. In making the financial institutions, banks nervous towards the security of the debt and making financial closure next to impossible. And we suggested that the authority must pay by way of termination payment on an amount equal to the depreciated value of the capital works or the depreciated value of the project specified assets even prior to COD. And the mine operator shall not subcontract, restricting to the subcontracting. Since the MDO is taking all the responsibility for execution of the project, providing the security guarantees and the selection of subcontractor and the quantum of subcontracting should be left to the MDO itself. Any recommendations from the authority should not be obligatory but advisory in nature. And the further is the price index as per contract agreement. Some of the important components, tires and explosives of the mining cost are not included in the price index. Unlike a typical infra project where capital investment is just in the initial years, in mining project cost sustainable and replacement investment is undertaken throughout the life of the project. Therefore, having a fixed component in price index is not yet justified. And activities completed by CCL before issuing of LOA, that is land acquisition, land acquired under Section 11 of Coal Bearing Act, mine plan and mine closure plan. Mine plan was prepared by CMPDL and approved by CCL board. However, the plan was revised to accommodate non diversion within leasehold area as initially, and it was proposed outside the leasehold area. This delays the processing of forest diversion proposal nearly 4 months. There shall be a clause in contract mining agreement for not attributing such delays to MDO and penalizing environmental clearance. CMPDL was appointed as environmental consultant for obtaining EC. TOR approved by MOEF and CC on 28 April 2019. Baseline generated on draft EIA EMP report was prepared and submitted to SPCB JACAN. However, with initial revision of mining plan, EIA report is also need to be revision. Forest clearance. Application of FTB as submitted separately for Ramgarh and Bokara districts on 22nd Jan 2019 and 18 March 2019 respectively, but this separation application of this project has been questioned at various levels of the project cost delay in processing of a proposal. Tree enumeration, the work has been awarded to the contractor, but the work started only after issuing of LOE only. DGPS survey. DGPS survey was done for fixing of boundary pillars along with lease boundary and compensatory afforestation land. Application was made for CA land in district Girdi. However, the work started only after issuing of LOA. Activities completed by MDO after issuing of LOA. Public hearing. We conducted public hearing meetings both in Ramgarh and Bokara district in February within a month of issue of LOA. Tree enumeration. In spite of huge public resentment and severe pandemic situation and cyclones, but we successfully completed tree enumeration works over 1,006 hectares of forest land within 4 months after signing off our agreement. Compensatory afforestation land. Coordinating with survey and forest officials in identifying the survey of 2019 hectares of degraded forest land for CA purpose, and also identify the additional CA land to minimize the quarries in proposed CA land required. Various studies. Studies like socio-economic survey, integrated site-specific wildlife management and mitigation plan, soil conservation and soil moisture and conservation plan, carbon footprints, groundwater for preparation of numerical models, DPR of Nala diversion, physical verification of GMJJ has been ongoing. FIA meeting. We successfully completed FIA meeting and obtained NOC from Gram Sabha. The milestones achievements so far. Allotment agreement between CIL and MOC on 21st July 2017. Deed of adherence between CIL and MOC on 5th December 2017. Coal block allotment by order by MOC under Special Provision Act. 19th of April 2018. In principle approval of project report by CCL board. 14 July 2018. TOR approved by MOEF. 28 April 2019. Final approval of project report by CCL board. 3rd August 2019, approval of project report in outsource mode by CIL board. 4th August 2020, award of contract by CIL to KBP. 22nd January 2021, signing of contract agreement between CIL and KBP, that is 26 June 2021, approval of revised mine plan by CIL board. 23rd September 2021. The current status of environment and forest clearance. EC proposal submitted to MOEF on 11th January 2019, MOEF and CC granted TOR on 28 April 2019. Draft EIA EMP report submitted for public hearing on 17 February 2020. Public hearing was conducted in Ramgarh on 18th February 2021 and Bokara district in 25th February 2021. Form 2 submitted to MOEF on 11th March 22. Proposal was accepted by member secretary on 22nd March 22. Proposal was considered in 28, EAC meeting held on 1st April 22, and minutes of meeting was uploaded on 19th April 22. This is the present work status. Socio-economic survey that is under process, completed in 3 villages, and wildlife management report submitted to concerned DFO and approval is awaited. Groundwater abstraction, 17 lakhs deposited in CGWB, and NOC is expected soon. Yesterday evening only we received the NOC for this. Carbon emission for footprint under process, draft prepared, and it was in under finalization. Arrangements for power supply under process, Nala diversion, NOC obtained from DVC, and DPR is under preparation. The conclusion, the efficiency of the private sector lies in the optimization resources. Therefore, in line with the MDO documents and other PSUs, the MDO should be given full flexibility. This will be immensely increase the participation and competition and will result in better discovery in the upcoming tenders. And thank you one and all, and thank to the CCL team who has supported and cooperated. Thank you, sir.
Any query?
Any queries and questions, please?
What do you mean by full flexibility? In the last slide you mentioned full flexibility. What do you actually want to say?
Full flexibility.
जैसा बताया गया हायरिंग ऑफ इक्विपमेंट में है और भी
सबलेटिंग दी सबकॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग वर्क्स
सब
राजेंद्र जितनी भी कंडीशंस आपने लिखी है सारी की सारी एग्रीड कंडीशन थी अब वो चेंज हो नहीं सकती तो हम लोग उसके ऊपर बार बार बात करके तो बेकार अपना टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि आगे इसको इसे चेंज
हाँ, आगे चेंज किया जा सकता है सर।
What we are facing others
हाँ
It's good that you are sharing your experiences and the difficulties which you are facing. It's good.
Thank you,
it's a learning point. We have made many modifications based on
Yes,
your learnings.
Yes, sir.
We have already redefined the definition, estimated project cost, your project cost which you have made, because this was the first tender which was awarded, and there were several hiccups,
Yes.
and it has gone through roller
हम
coaster
लोग भी
ride.
बहुत प्राउड फील करते हैं कि हम लोगों ने फर्स्ट एमडीओ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हासिल किया है एंड हम लोग इसमें पूरे आशान्वित हैं कि हम इसे जो हमारे स्पेसिफाइड टाइम लिमिट है उसके अंदर हम प्रोडक्शन चालू कर सकेंगे। और मैं बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ अपने सीसीएल टीम का और सीएमपीडीआई रीजनल RI3 का, उन लोगों ने बहुत सपोर्ट दिया हम लोगों को। हम लोग इस मामले में उनके लिए कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करते हैं। धन्यवाद।
We are also looking towards it. What I am asking is, when do you propose to start the production? आपने बोला आपने आशान्वित है, तो we are expecting towards some.
ये जो है हमारा स्टेज 1 मिल जाएगा, उसके बाद हम फिर आपको बता पाएंगे। फॉरेस्ट्री स्टेज 1 क्लियरेंस ही हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा हर्डल है, उसके बाद हम आपको बता सकते हैं कि हम लोग कितनी जल्दी शुरू कर सकते हैं।
मंत्रालय की तरफ से हमने भी पुश किया है उसको।
जरूर मंत्रालय से भी कुछ मदद मिली है और मदद की आशा है कि 17 तारीख को हमारा FSC जो है उसमें कुछ मदद हो जाए।
जरूर, और आपके सजेशंस को हम लोग ध्यान में रखें। इनफैक्ट बहुत सारे चेंजेस हमने कर भी लिए हैं, और अगर कुछ सजेशंस होंगे तो वी विल टेक इनटू अकाउंट।
ओके, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
I would like to call upon Shri G. Girish sir, GMC MCCIL, to kindly felicitate the team from PMPL AMR Consortium. So, Messrs. PMPL AMR Consortium is the first MDO that was awarded by CIL. Thank you, sir. Moving further, we have an experience sharing session by SIMP MRKR team. So they'll be sharing their experiences with us of the Chandragupta area. So please come up on the stage.
The August gathering present here. Good morning to you one and all. Myself A.K. Datta. I am Vice President of SIML, and my colleague in Amarnath, he is also from SIML. Now I will request Mr. Amarnath to deliberate on the experiences of our project Chandragupta.
Good afternoon, everybody sitting in the. We'll share our experience. I want to again refresh the history of the MDO tenders as it has taken, the timelines. Then we come to the specifics of the tender documents as such. Because of the limited resource available with the company, these MDO models are being used internationally also, not only in India, internationally also this we are adapted. And TEAS is one such company which is worldwide well known for the MDO projects. It is doing billions of dollars of work in MDO projects, and especially in Indonesia and Australia. And this has attempted to work in India also, but it failed in initial stages with NTPC at Pakri project. And especially as somebody was asking about the legal framework for the MDO projects. As such, it is not legally authenticated as such in the legal framework. If you really see into it, if tomorrow if anybody challenges, this may have some reciprocation, but still it is being adopted internationally and everybody, so it is being adopted without any hindrance as such. It is the issue was raised in many of the in the Indian forums regarding the legality of the awarding of the MDO tenders as such. But it has been adopted by the government of India, so everybody is happy. But earlier also coal block allotment also was adopted by the Ministry of Coal, but still it was cancelled with Supreme Court. But this has to be seriously looked into, because the long-term contracts are being entered into. There must not be any repercussion or anything. For production of 1 billion tons of the coal, especially MDO tenders are important as well. And these are the scopes which are broadly described between the MDO and the authority. CCR of the following due process of training has awarded MDO contract to our consortium, SML and Marker Consortium. Now floating MDO for development and operation of coal block has become standard practice for early operation by many subsidiaries of CAL, DVC, NTPC and other state public sector entities. Some of the MDO tenders are getting good response and some are not standing in the market because of some inherent terms and conditions stipulated in the tenders. The contract has to be win-win situation for both the contractors and the authority. The involvement and the participation of officers of authority in the MDO contract is equally important as that of the MDO at every step of the contract execution. Especially we expect that the officers and team of the authority also has to have the pride and importance that for the execution of the project, because such a big responsibility has been resting on the shoulders of these officers to bring the block which was languishing for many years in the dark, which has to be brought to the light of the day. This can be possible only with the cooperation of the both the authority and the MDO team. Currently 14 to 15 MDO contracts are in operation. Silent features of Chandragupta are, it is spread over 1495 hectares and forest area is to the extent of almost 700 hectares, and it is the capacity of 15 million tons per annum. Now we come to the specifics of the contract. First of all is the timelines which are specified in the tender documents. Two stringent timelines have been specified, which are not where the floating of the tender itself. It is really expected that these timelines are not able to be fulfilled, and there is always the scope for the extension of the contract, which normally, as per the Ministry of Coal, 21 months have been specified for the clearances EC and FC in their standard documents for the allotment of coal blocks. Whereas for the MDOs, it is within the 12 months, the ECFs have to be obtained. It is next to impossible. Whenever we are making all our efforts to get the things done. This is the condition where it is, despite its best efforts. These best efforts, who is going to define the best efforts? That's clear, it is not. For getting an extension, that is the best, it has to be best efforts have to be put in. So until unless there is a proper interaction, proper understanding between the teams and everything, this has to be. Without this, anybody can take it that you are not putting lot of efforts and that project is getting delayed. So the penalties enforceable are very high. So these things, the best efforts mechanism has to be set in place to decide the efforts whether can be happened only because of the regular intervals of interaction between the team of MDO as well as the authority. It has to be recorded every time where it is getting the difficulties, where exactly the project is standing, or where exactly the intervention of the senior officers of the authority also required to intervene to get the things cleared. Second is the project cost. Now the project cost, what is estimated in the tender documents, it is based on the Coal India experience and Coal India stipulations also. Especially if you take into the civil construction costs, colonies and establishment, these are the number of peoples, number of colonies, number of quarters, everything has been stipulated in the tender documents. And where the efficiency of the MDO comes into play, equipment what you are stipulating may not be required by an MDO. MDO sees its efficiency and try to cut down the equipment numbers, etc. Therefore, the manpower also will not be in tune with the Coal India norms. So, whereas the cost has been inbuilt, which has 300 quarters of this size, 400 quarters of this size. When the manpower is all not there, why the quarters are required as such? So these have to be, at the time of pre-bid meetings, everything, this has to be standard as such. It is expected that from MDO, to make it as a standard document.
Sir, may I request that if you please focus on the points, specific points, because manpower, we have never said that you deploy the same manpower.
No, not
and project cost doesn't include manpower.
No,
so
not project cost. Number of accommodations. I am telling civil cost. Construction of so many colonies, so many type of quarters, so many things have to be listed in the tender document. That cost has to be taken into charge of many charges.
That is the part of the project report which we have given, which we have provided for departmental.
No, it's a part of tender. MDO tender, if you see in the document, it is
specified. Okay, if there is any ambiguity, I think we can look into it.
No, that is there. Number of quarters.
Okay, if ambiguity is there, this number of quarter relates to the project cost prepared for departmental estimate.
But numbers have been mentioned in the
okay.
agreement.
If it is there, it can be addressed, sir.
And regarding CHP, and mining contractors are not exposed to the construction and the fine.
Sir, I think this infrastructure is integral part. Otherwise, it will become outsourcing contract.
No, not what I want to bring out the points in the CHP cost. What exactly, for example? Specifically for Chandragupta, I am bringing in the CHP design. What they mentioned is R3 E&M drawing has to be implemented. Whereas if you take the drawing to any consultant, you will tell that so much of redundancy is there. Why you require so much of? For example, I am using surface miners. 85% of my production is through surface miners, whereas he has put in 100% of crushing capacity. It is not at all required. No, it is not allowed. It is
Okay,
not allowed.
okay. If there is a confusion, I think this can be deliberated and clarified.
No, it is not allowed as such. It is specifically mentioned. This drawing and the details of the drawing have been explained. This has to be implemented by the MDO. There is 100% capacity of crushing unit which has to be built up in the CHP is a redundant one. It doesn't require that. Maybe in the new document, but in the Chandragupta it is there as such. So, with all these things, the cost of mining quoted by the MDO will be much more than what is expected from the coal industry, because these are all new costs for the contractor. Construction of colonies, construction of this, where the MDO's efficiency has not been put in the use. Even equipment also. These equipment provided are high capacity HMM, which are having lot of gestation period of procurement. These are all important.
It is already there, sir. HEMM flexibility is already there.
Then the 3 years of initial period of contract, equipment induction, small size equipment, ready-made equipment are not allowed in these contracts, MDO contracts of Coal India. Whereas NTPC, other state governments, this is allowed. First 3 years, used equipment or refurbished equipment crossing less than 10,000 hours are allowed for the first 3 years of the contract and up to COD, so that phased out, that the imported equipment can phase out in this tender in the contracts. And the land acquisition. In the land acquisition of Chandragupta, there is a provision that within 30 days payment will be reimbursed. But surprisingly, one sentence has been added: approval for payment from competent authority, whichever is later. This surprisingly somebody has induced it. If it is oversight or something, we don't know, but this competent authority, who is, what is, no definition is there. So, the payment for the land acquisition is in limbo. The MDO has to pay, again the engineering charge will have to check who is the authority, where from approval has to be obtained, then only reimbursement will take place. Because this is the real issue as such. नहीं इसमें है ही नहीं टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट because this has to be shared before the tender is awarded, because competent authority, who is competent authority, what the time frame is expected, how much interest loss will be there, how much interest I have to bear for the reimbursement of my money which is invested, all these things have to be calculated upon for my quotation of the price.
Okay,
sir. Mr. Amanath, actually, it is good that you, after signing the, it's not actually good that you, after signing the document, you are reading this.
No, not that. We are ready it and what I will come to that point also. We are ready it and we are raised it during the bid meeting also. Mr. Rathur sir really is there. We are raised this issue. Simple sentences as per NIT. I will show that also.
I think you need to get into discussion with the management of CCL. I think many of the issues, small issues, can also be, can always be resolved.
The competent authority can be defined in a way that we have certain DOPs. This is an capital investment. we have well-defined DOP, who is to approve the capital expenditure to what extent. So as per DOP, this will be sanctioned.
This issue has been raised by everybody as such, but still I don't want to take much time on that because everybody is hungry and time to look.
Sir, I will request you put up a letter to us. We will define what is meant by competent authority.
And another important thing is stripping ratio. Every year, the stripping ratio for the mine has been, the production schedule has been given that MDO has to follow the production schedule. From 9th month onwards, the yearly stripping ratio will be start calculating, and last 3 months the adjusted fee will be paid as such. This is having ambiguity because stripping ratio, because of the coal, it has been observed in practice that coal availability is much more than what is estimated in this project reports. So stripping ratios will be always be less than. So OB removal will be less than what it is estimated in that particular year. So you are asking for a BG for the less OB removal. One side I am getting less payment for the reduction in the coal production, and second side you are asking for the BG for the OB less removal of OB. So both are contradictory, and the OB removal, the BG has to stay live until the end of the contract. So this is the real issue. This can be addressed through NTPC model, where every year before the financial year, exploration will be done at the closer interval of 200 meters interval, and the stripping ratio will be declared for the particular year with the closed space drilling. And the quality of the coal also will be declared through that infill drilling. So you will be having the representative seams for the production of that year, and grade slippages and also stripping ratio will be to the maximum extent nearest to the actuals. This can be done with the geological modeling and the software assets. So this can be taken up.
Yeah, this is a good suggestion. I think this can be considered in the for subsequent changes which is to be made, which can be made.
This is the price indices. Here also price indices, no series has been mentioned as such. The series of the indices is published. Earlier it used to be 2004 it used to be 2004 and 2005 series as well. Now presently we are using 2011 and 2012 series. Tomorrow government publish new series as well. Then the weightage of the indices what you are remarking now will definitely change with the new series. So effect of price escalation will also get deferred with the new indices. So these indices, because in some of the MDOs this problem has really come, especially NTPC, they were prescribing 2004-2005 series in the MDO tenders, but subsequently it was taken up and they have modified to 2011-12 series. In their all tenders, it is specified that 2011-12 series will be implemented. So that series also to be incorporated in the tender.
This appears to be an operational issue. This can be clarified by even the CCL can clarify which is to be series to be.
Not
operational
the
issue.
tender document it has to specify the series, which series has to be there in the tender.
Changes to
See, if we write in the tender document some particular series and later on it changes, this is ongoing process. This is operational.
No, that will affect
so it
the
can
price
always be
escalation as
addressed.
such. The price escalation weightage what diesel is having today with the series will have effect in the new series. For example, I am having that 100 again base will be changing. 2004, 2005 the base was 100 and that at that time 106 was my diesel. Now again the base will change to another 100 where my diesel may be 86 or 84. If you 11-12 series you take, it will be 120 or 130. So difference will have.
Mr. Amarnath, once converting one series to another one, there is a factor which is to be considered. And this is purely an operational issue which can be dealt by the, company, by the authority.
This is series.
You please discuss with the management of CCL. I think this can be addressed. This is not a very big issue.
No, this series will be published for a limited period of time after the new series has been introduced.
मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि आप please CCL management से discuss करें. This can be addressed. This is an operational issue.
What we have summarized this, whatever the things what we have discussed here have been summarized, and this can be looked into it.
Regarding a suggestion for annual stripping ratio, I think that can be considered. That will be assessed by the team. I think that is a good suggestion. In fact, it has come into the tender document of NTPC also. So that we can consider that for inclusion in the document. And regarding size of the equipment, flexibility has already been included. In the subsequent document, probably it has been already included in the MDO document. And flexibility for size, variation in the size of CHP or the layout of CHP has also been given in the document. It is already there, so you can optimize it. Please discuss, may discuss with CMPDA or you discuss with CCL. Because a general layout for the CHP is given, it is not very detailed design. It is not a detailed design. Direct payment has already been included.
Even the payment for the MDO up to COD also has to be considered. So that is one of the issues.
Payment after up to COD. No, this is a part.
Even in NTPC tenders also there is a termination.
No, this has been deliberated at CIL board, but they have not agreed. Instead of that, we have included 50% of the annual capacity. Annual contracted quantity has been included. If you achieve that, COD is achieved.
No, sir.
The annual quantity, not maximum.
Termination payment.
So it is linked to COD. If you achieve COD, then this clause goes away. 50% of the annual quantity is the COD date.
No,
if that
sir,
is achieved,
the cause of termination was not defined.
No, it is linked to fulfillment of COD. It is linked to fulfillment of COD. If you achieve 50% of the annual capacity, your COD is fulfilled. Then every termination payment is applicable. I hope I have been able to address that. Any queries from others?
Am I audible? I have one submission, sir. So this is a great initiative, sir, that was taken by CIL CMC department, because you're able to hear in an open forum what kind of troubles our MDOs are facing. I think one overarching theme, or rather you can say concern we have, is that this contract agreement that we've all signed, we know under what conditions we signed, or rather in some cases made to sign. At that point something was dangled over us saying that there are severance clauses, we'll figure out an equitable solution. And I really hope, sir, coming out of this forum, some sort of deliberation happens at a very high level to see how to make at least future agreements more equitable and more attractive. Because you're seeing this, I mean, CMC department of all your subsidiaries are seeing how hard it is to get bidders. Why are bidders not even bidding for many projects? If you open your eyes and open your ears, sir, you will get many bidders. And I'm telling you, you don't even have to ask us when will you start production, because aapse jaldi humko hai. We are spending all the money. We want to open this mines as soon as possible.
First of all, I would like to answer your first question. I do not agree. In fact, I am speaking on behalf of CIL. I do not agree that you have been forced to sign this agreement. This is purely a business decision which you have taken to get into agreement with CIL or CCL or the subsidiary where you are in. And we are matlab, all the subsidiaries or CIL is in line with you. In fact, they are in the process of facilitation. Maybe थोड़ी दिक्कत होती है, आपको भी दिक्कत हो रही है और सब CIL को भी दिक्कतें हैं because उनके अपने set internal procedures हैं, उसके चलते भी दिक्कतें होती हैं. Even from ministry side, I assure you, if any difficulty is there, I can assure you that we'll try to render your help from ministry or as well, whatever possible for clearances and other things. But the initiative has to be taken by you at your end, has to come from your end. Any other queries from?
Thank you, sir.
एक मिनट और कोई query?
Thank you, sir, for sharing the insightful experience. So now I would like to call upon R.R. Srivastava sir, GMCMC CCL, to present a memento to the team from SIMP MRKR. Thank you, sir. Next in the experience sharing session, we have a team from JMS Mining Private Limited, Piparwar Underground. So they'll be sharing their experience and throwing some light in the MDO contracts.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have not made any specific presentation. I have just my submission is with respect to certain modifications. I mean, it's because we have just recently backed the project, and we are just going through all this, terms and conditions. So we are doing all these formalities. So it's I will take maximum 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes to to deliberate on the issues which can be improved, right? My first point was, in the event of a delay in issuance of LOA, there should be provision of price escalation from the date of price bid submission till the date of receipt of LOA or signing of the contract, whichever is later. Point number one. Point number two, the CL authority shall ensure law and order situations which are beyond the control of the MDO operators, such as local political interference, local unrest, and vacating the encroachment, which create host of unforeseen operational challenges, resulting in both time and cost overrun. Point number three, there should be a plug and play concept in MDO contract, wherein all clearances should be in place before tendering of the particular MDO contract. And in this context, the CIL authority or the authority should ensure completion of EC and FC and related formalities, as well as the land acquisition, if any, should be carried out solely by the CIL. The MDO operators should not be required to provide the employments to PAP, project approved people. With respect to certain clauses, for example, MCA Article 5, Clause 5.13, obligations relating to land acquisition. Procurement and possession, which I have already told, procurement and possession of land shall be CL scope. There should be clarity in the tender document regarding the followings: current status of land, use pattern, which are already in the position with respective subsidiary of CIL, demarcation of boundaries of tenancy and government land, and presence of JJJ land. MCA clause 10.3, procurement of the site. The cost of RR shall be paid directly by CIL authority to the PAPs and private landowners. Clause MCA clause 10.3.2, clause 10.4, protection of site from encumbrances. It is written, as per the provision of the cited clause, the MD operator shall ensure and procure that no encroachment at the site takes place. In the event of encroachment, the same shall be evacuated at MDO's own cost and expense. Since MD operator, our submission, since MD operator is working purely as agent as per the provisions of the Mines Act 1952, the ownership of the site lies with the mine owner authority, only for which the CL authority shall be liable and responsible to ensure encumbrance-free site for smooth operation by the MD operator. Article 27, mobilization advance. As per the tender conditions, the mobilization advance for the mine operator is nil, which is in contradiction with the provision in standard MDO issued by MOC. So it's our submission that interest-free mobilization advance is required in order to meet the initial cash flow requirement as the pre-COVID period, as the pre-COD period is generally more than 3 years in every contract, MDO contract. With respect to Article 28, mining charge and other charges, Article 12, development of mines, Annexure 1, Schedule C. Due to massive capital investment for procurement of equipment, packages, and various mine infrastructures, there shall be milestones payments towards the progress completion of the project specific milestones as specified in the relevant schedule of MCA. Separate provisions, payment provisions and line items in the BOQ shall be there with respect to the following. Mainly, I am talking about this particular underground mining operations. Inclined drivage on cost per meter basis, shaft sinking on cost per meter basis, then mutually agreed milestone specific payment for CHP, mutually agreed milestone specific payment for washery, workshops, railway infrastructure, common facility, etc. Article 4, conditions precedent. The penalty provisions for non-compliance of CP conditions by mine operator stipulated in clause 4.4 shall be waived as the fulfillment of mine operators CP conditions under clause 4.1.3 is subject to timely fulfillment of CP conditions by CIL under subclause 4.1.2. With respect to Article 28, mining charge and other charges, Article 47 definitions. As per the escalation formula, we are talking about underground MDO. 27% of the components shall be fixed and shall not be subject to any escalation whatsoever. Since there is abrupt change in diesel petrol price, so CIL, it's our submission that CIL authority should revisit the escalation formula to change, modify the fixed 25% component to accommodate the change in fuel price and other things. Article 28, clause. Okay,
and Baki relating to the modifications in the document that will be considered
sure.
by CIL.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
I will only suggest if your queries were not answered properly in the pre-bid meeting, you should have approached to us. This is not being answered properly. So that was not done, and you have already signed the agreement. So however, you please give us all the suggestions in writing. We will try to improve upon the future.
Sir, in pre-bid queries, before conducting of the pre-bid queries, we used to submit our submission. What are the issues? What are the modifications? But unfortunately, those things after getting the response from the concerned subsidiary, we used to find that it is written as per the tender document. During the pre-bid meeting, when there was certain suggestions or modifications with respect to different clauses which I have just highlighted, the response is, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
And after getting the response, we used to find that it is as per the tender document.
Okay, we will improve it upon. We are
Thank you
also
very
in
much.
development of improvement of the bid documents.
Thank you,
So
sir.
definitely that purpose of the workshop is only this.
Yeah, yeah.
To
Thank you,
get
sir.
suggestions from yours and incorporate in the future document.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And it is for a suggestion to all the subsidiaries who are basically customizing the documents, that you please go through the bidder's query in detail, analyze it, and please make very specific reply. Don't just write as per NIT or as per tender document. There is a suggestion, in fact, keeping in view that you are not making a specific reply, that is why this situation is arising. Thank you.
Actually, there was one communication already given to all the subsidiary company from GM-CMC Coal India that regarding clarification to bidders, it should not be written as per NIT. There must be specific inputs that must be given. So it is already communicated by GM-CMC Coal India to all the subsidiaries.
I'll request GM Finance HOD Rajendra Singh sir to kindly present a memento as a token of appreciation to the representative from JMS Mining Private Limited. Thank you, sir. So once again, it is to mention that any queries that are being raised in the hall or in this forum may be addressed at gmcmc.ccl@coalindia.in. So we are eager to respond to these queries, and we are in process of preparing a database so that such queries, if in future also it arises, we have some database to rely on and we can answer these questions properly. So now we'll break for lunch, and post lunch we'll be having an open discussion session that will be presided over by GM Mining Inamdar sir and Sanjeev sir, and that will clear most of the doubts. So let us break for a quick lunch and we'll gather together within half an hour so that the time is kept. Thank you all.
Because in subsidiaries, people are not as trained as you. Because lot of changes are made in the different departments, loss of transfer took place. So it is very difficult to hold the knowledge level. So I will request the CMPDI people to leave a very small gap, only technical specification related to mine for customization. If you leave a wide gap, there will be variation and there will be difficulty also. CIL has already identified 15 MDO projects. Very soon all will be awarded. Similarly, in revenue sharing model also 20 mines has already been identified. So future is, if we want to improve the production, all these mines accounts for more than 160 million of ton of coal. So we need to do that. We need to handhold each other and move upon. I hope in the coming contracts, in the future contracts, everything will be taken care of and we will jointly win the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for motivating us with your words. Now I would request our Director Technical PNP, Shri S.K. Gumasta sir, to kindly grace us with his words of wisdom.
Good evening to all, respected CMD Saab, my fellow directors, Anandji Saab, CEO Saab, and GMC CMC from Coal India Limited. Prasad Saab has, in detail, in short, he has explained the need of coal, the need of power, the 5 trillion economy, where we are, and everybody is clear to you that MDO is one of the players. We need number of players to produce coal. We cannot depend on government things, and is pertinently it is correct also that you cannot depend upon the single player. You should not. Then there comes the measurement of efficiency. If number of players are not on the same living field, efficiency cannot grow. And there are other reasons which you may be aware of that. Rana Sahab has in detail must have been described the reason for MDO. You can go for total hiring. You go for MDO. There I have certain distinct advantages of MDO over total hiring. Total hiring has a least cost effective, and then another model has come, revenue sharing model, and revenue sharing model in greenfield is also going to be coming very soon. Abandoned coal mine models are in practice, we are going to tender, so many tenders have been already floated. So there are a number of models which are coming into the fore, and we will see in coming years that they will take their own share in producing coal. Now let's come to the MDO. Already CCL has given LOA to 2 open cast and 1 underground, and many more to come in the offing. We have number of projects we are going to offer in MDO mode. There are many challenges apart from nitty-gritty and detailed intricacies of MDO. My suspicion is that, is there appetite for the MDOs? So many companies are coming with a lot of projects. Are there enough players? This is one question. Whatever they will ask, the operators are. But we have seen that players are very few, limited. This is one more very important point we have to see. Second one is that we have discussed for the last 2 days, there are this problem is that, this problem is that. Yes, MDO recently, it has been very recently conceptualized, to be honest. And it will take its own time. It is under the evolution process. And during this process, there may be some difficulties in it. And over the years, it will be a perfect model. How we can achieve this? We have to increase our domain knowledge. And as far as CCL is concerned, CMPDI is very near to that, and from the CMPDI side, I am assure you that whosoever has any problem regarding MDO, please come to the Ranchi. Mr. Randeep Singh is sitting over here. Mr. Anandji, he has gone to the ministry. And by the way, just I will inform you that Mr. Rana and Mr. Anandji, both are LLBs. You are both are LLB apart from their technical degrees. Both are, that is why they have a shrewd nick over this document. Mr. Randeep is sitting here in the hall. He is very well versed in MDO document. Any subsidiary, any help, if you want from the CMPDI side, you please come over to Ranchi and we are ready to help you. Whatever knowledge we have got. You have got enough knowledge. Subsidiaries are doing a lot of tenders. MDO is not rocket science. It is, since it is new, there are some issues which can be sorted out, which can be handled, or which can, different perspectives have developed. But over the years, there will be no issues. For if any at all, any help you want from CMPDI, you are most welcome. And second one is that this type of seminar, yes, this type of technical seminars, we must organize it. We should not confine to pure MDOs only. We should for the goods, services and works contact. I request, I will humbly request my CMD, Prasad Saab, that at least CCL should take lead organizing this type of seminar once in a year. Gamut should be, we can enlarge this gamut. One session, 2 sessions we can devote for the MDO. Then there are a number of issues in contact, in goods contact, in services contact, in HOE contact. There are a number of issues which needs to be deliberated amongst us, so that we can come out with very good suggestions and discrepancies, whatever so far, can be eliminated in future. I am very thankful for the CMC team of the CCL, and particularly CMD Saab, that they have organized this seminar in such a short time. Of course, attendance is very feeble, but that is not the issue. Since it is first time, and it may happen, it generally happens. When you continue to organize this type of seminar, people will come from different walks of the life and different forums, even some institutions we can call if we feel so. But it should be organized in a regular basis. I request CMD Saab that this type of seminar, particularly, at least CCL should take lead to organize seminar on the contract management, encompassing all these MDOs, revenue sharing model, hiring model, etc. once in a year, so that we can build a knowledge bank in CCL itself. Because CCL has one advantage, the CMPDI is very near to it. Suppose it, so we can take the help of CMPDI, we can, and this seminar will be successful. And I hope that whatever lessons we have learned, whatever thoughts which have come out of this 2-day marathon session, it will help in clearing all in future MDO's project. I wish all the participants a very good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Now, I would like to call upon that person to the dais under whose continuous guidance and support the organization of this workshop would have been possible, the head of our CCL family. Please join your hands for Chairman cum Managing Director, CCL, Shri PM Prasad, sir.
Respected Anandji Prasad Saab, CEO Saab, colleague directors, all GM CMCs from different companies, our area GMs, HODs, and all delegates from all the different subsidiaries, and Director Hindustan Copper, Sanjeev Singh Saab, representatives from MDO, and all other participants. Good evening to all. Since the last 2 days, this is the idea of Secretary Saab, that one workshop on MDO we should organize. Hence we are organizing. As Gumasta Saab has told, Ranchi is having an advantage if CCL conducts. I request Inamdar that it should continue, because CMPDL is, entire CMPDL team experience is with us. They can come, they can participate and share. Other companies can have this advantage, whatever this evaluation process. Yesterday, during inauguration session, Anandji Prasad could not attend. Later on, I attended his lecture. He has told one clearly, though the almost 1 decade, as Rana Sahib has also told, this MDO evolution has started. Coal India has missed at least 4 to 5 years. That one should admit. Because I joined NTPC in 1st May 2015. By that time, all 4-5 MDO documents for 4-5 mines were in a span of 2.5 years. And first MDO price justification was done by Pardo Bhattacharya sahab. I can share the experience. Just I was discussing with Anandji Prasad. War reverse auction system is still going on. Right now I don't know. Pakri Barwade was given to Thies, Australian, in 2010. For 4 years they could not start Thies. One of our batchmate from ISM, Mr. Srikanth, was there in Thies. Thies could not even enter that site because of heavy resistance from the local villagers. In 4 years, contract was cancelled. Now the same contract once again floated. First objective is we have to obtain the rate below Thies and nearer to our estimated, at least within the 10% as we go in Coal India. So the reverse auction started at 2:30 in the afternoon in Noida. ED Contracts Management, Mr. Chatterjee, he is an IIT and IAM. So after 4:30 I was asking, sir, kya hua, rate kam ho raha hai ki nahi? So it started from 1700 rupees, coming 1500, 1400. Reverse auction, actually absurd price also they quote. 100 rupees, they will quote 200 rupees. Suddenly night 7:30, 8 o'clock, it is below Thies. Then people were very happy. Then after some time it is coming within 10% of the range of our estimate. Then again happy, now it is under a clutch. Suddenly up at 4%, 5% it has come and halted. So almost 7.5 hours competitive bidding. No, even then for price justification, we have sought CMPDL, then Devnath sir was there. Unka bhi hum log, we have taken his, so he told generally CMPDL is, yesterday CMD CMPDL बोल रहा है कि we are departmental rate को हम derive करते हैं, उसके साथ आपको अपना individual subsidies and ये सब rates, CMPDL basic document evaluation ये सब करेंगे. But subsidiary companies के जो हमारा TC committees and our directors, they have to finalize finally. So finally it has been awarded, and अभी आज मेरे ख्याल से 12-13 million in that block we are doing. Because of land problems, it is under constraint. Otherwise 15 million उसका है तो it rated capacity हो ही जाता है. And there is a 10,000 villagers के बीच में block है. Just like if anybody worked in Talcher in Hingula area, that is between 20 villages of mines है. जहाँ 25-30 village के अंदर mine है, it is very difficult to work. So we have visited Parsakata, Sanjeev and myself. Adani जो mine first flagship project, 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Only 100 houses है, मतलब zero problems. But ऐसा नहीं, but उसके लिए भी you should bid court and राजस्थान का block है. राजस्थान के MDO is Adani. So we both went along with our one of our ED fuel management, Mr. Ravindra at that time. So absolute, there is Madhya Pradesh में, there is Chhattisgarh, there is no problems. In Raigad, compared to Jharkhand, people ask, sir, when MDO will come? Give us 10,000 rupees, you take our land. Land का कास्ट दीजिए, 10,000 rupees दीजिए, give the employment under MDO and start mining. So Raigad field is having that advantage, Chhattisgarh. People are very friendly. Dulanga NTPC not only started, it is achieving 7 by 7 million, 7 by 7, including MGR, everything. 15 meters में colony है. In Darlipalli colony में भी that entire mining team is being given quarters. So एकदम 10 kilometers में schools, everything, it as good as NTPC plant. It is working. So MDO colonies also have to come. So Coal India has already lost 4 years. We should agree. But thanks to Chairman sir, जैसा राणा साहब ने बोला, जो भी इन्होंने भेजा, first instance में सब समझते और FDs में कर देते. So this is the advantage Coal India में last 2-3 years में जो जिस speed में कर रहा है. So further हम slip करेंगे तो जो बार-बार जो हो रहा है gap of import export, इसको करने के लिए there is no chance है. अभी हम लोगों को faster, जैसे आप लोगों को सभी जानते हैं कि MDO में भी start date से award date का भी अभी ministry से guidelines है. मेरे ख्याल से within 4 to 6 months we have to do. but we are taking more than 1.5 years. So 1 year straight before appearing exam, जैसा हमारा कोलीग डायरेक्टर साहब बोला जो कछुआ वाला हेयर एंड टाटी, मतलब हम बाहर ही खड़ा है, अभी एग्जाम भी स्टार्ट नहीं, दोनों ही देख रहा है, तो 1 साल चले जा रहा है. तो टाइम, एसेंस ऑफ द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज टाइम मैनेजमेंट. एक चीज़ है कि जैसे कल भी जो से फर्स्ट आप में डिलिब्रेशन, एवरी मंथ वी शुड हैव कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिव्यू मैनेजमेंट एट डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल, जो भी CMC हैंडल कर रहा है, ऑल सब्सिडीज, माई पर्सनल व्यू. एवरी मंथ मतलब काम हो ना हो, एक वीक में एक 4th मंडे स्टेप कुछ फिक्स करके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट रिव्यू मैनेजमेंट होगा, तो दोनों के फ्लोर में प्रॉब्लम्स आ जाएगा, भाई वहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं, यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं. उसके बाद CMD भी अटेंड करेगा. करते करते इट कैन, मतलब हर महीन CR मल टाइप नहीं होगा, रेशियो भी कम है. जैसे लॉर्ड जगन्नाथ ब्लस करता है, जैसा MDO आने के पहले स्टेज 2 क्लियरेंस है. सो राइट नो CR मल विल ओवरटेक एनी MDO. ना पहले नो मैटर हम 1 साल पहले किया, 2 साल पहले किया, इस साल 5 मिलियन करेगा, अगला साल 20 और नेक्स्ट ईयर 30 में आ जाएगा. सो रेशियो एडवांटेज भी कहीं कहीं है. तो बट हम लोग भी आनंद जी प्रसाद साहब से काफ़ी, जो खास करके जो KBP का जो अवार्ड में है, काफ़ी इन लोगों को भी हम लोग परेशान किए. कल इसलिए राणा साहब बोल रहे थे कि मतलब अथॉरिटी कास्ट एंड जो MDO कास्ट, इसका जो हम लोग को 15% देना है, उसके बाद एवोल्यूशन भी हो रहा है, तो ये एक अच्छी चीज़ है. फिर हम लोग रिवर्स एक्शन से वी हैव गॉन टू नॉर्मल प्रैक्टिस. सो दिस इज़ वन थिंग वेयर चेयरमैन साहब एंड CMP डील इज इन अलाइनमेंट विद दैट व्यू. सो ठीक है, इसमें भी हम लोगों का चंद्रगुप्त वाज अवार्डेड एंड इसके बाद अंडरग्राउंड 1 माइन वाज अवार्डेड. सो डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाना, जो कल सभी ने बोल रहा है कि ऑल स्पीकर्स एंड MDO लोगों से भी इवनिंग भी कल बात कर रहा था कि फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इन दिस मैनेजमेंट ऑफ ऑपरेशंस में हमको रखना पड़ेगा. एटलीस्ट सब्सिडी बोर्ड शुड बी एम्पावर्ड कि जहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स है टू ट्यून इट. जैसा अभी कोटरे बसंतपुर परसों इट इज़ गोइंग टू द स्टेज 1 क्लियरेंस. तो कल हम लोग बहुत लोगों से एक्स CMD से बात कर रहा था, कहीं ऐसा नहीं लिखा है कि माइनिंग के लिए जो है प्रोजेक्ट, ये जो कोयला का ये जो फॉरेस्ट लैंड इज विल बी डाइवर्टेड, बट नॉट फॉर डंपिंग, ऐसा कहीं नहीं लिखा. एलिड एक्टिविटीज़. तो एनी माइन इफ इट इज़ प्लान्ड, कल हमारा RD साहब भी बोल रहे थे एंड सिंह जी भी है हमारा CMP डील का, कि एक्सटर्नल डंपिंग शुरू का 2-3 साल में तो करना ही पड़ेगा. तो दे आर आस्किंग नियरेस्ट कोई माइन है तो कोटरे बसंतपुर का हम वहाँ डाल सकते हैं, बट कोटरे बसंतपुर इन टाटास लॉन्ग बैक इन्वायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस भी मिल गया था. ठीक है, उस टाइम का स्कोप अलग था उनका, अभी हम लोग कुछ एरिया बढ़ाया. तो जो माइन का इन्वायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस जिस MOEF ने दिया है, इफ़ इट इज़ अगेन कंसिडर करेंगे, ठीक है 1-2 बार आना जाना करेंगे, 313 हेक्टर दिस एक्सटर्नल डंपिंग के लिए. अगर इसमें मान लीजिए हमको 200 ही बोलेगा, 150 कुछ रिड्यूस करेंगे, देन फिर डॉक्यूमेंट में हो सकता है कि हमको डंप करके रीहैंडलिंग करना पड़ेगा. सो सर्टेन थिंग्स में कम, बट सबका ऑब्जेक्टिव कंपनी, कोल इंडिया, मिनिस्ट्री एक ही है कि 1BT अचीव करना है. तो डेफिनेटली हम लोगों को ये MDOs को सक्सेसफुल करना है, लॉन्ग टर्म कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सक्सेसफुल करना है. वन मोर थिंग, जैसा कोविड के टाइम में जैसा डिमांड कम था, जैसे कंपनीज लाइक BCCL, ECL, WCL, डिमांड जब कम है, हमारा डिस्पैच यदि नहीं होंगे, तो देन टू पे सैलरीज, जैसा अभी NCW 11 भी आ रहा है. तो देयर इज ए सिचुएशन अगेन इट विल कम व्हेन हमारा जो है ये क्या बोलते हैं हम लोगों का जस्ट कॉम्पिटिट, ये जो प्राइवेट माइंस आ जाएंगे ऑपरेटर्स, एंड दिस NTPC अपना 80 मिलियन कर दिया, सिमिलर WPDCL कर दिया, जो हम लोगों से जो ले रहा है मार्केट में. इफ दे प्रोड्यूस इंटरनली, then after 5 years then again this there may be a situation, कोल इंडिया का कोल 100% मार्केटिंग होगा कि नहीं होगा, डिस्पैच होगा कि नहीं होगा. खास करके बाकी ये सब कंपनीज में G11, G9, G12 में प्रॉब्लम है, बट जहाँ कोकिंग कोल है, वाशरी कोकिंग कोल 4th ग्रेड 5 है, ग्रेड 5 ग्रेड 4, वहाँ उस रेट में क्यों लेंगे जब मार्केट में अगर आपको कमर्शियल वाला अगर कम में आएगा, नेचुरली पहले वो बिकेगा. सो देर इज एन अर्जेंट नीड, हमको नॉट ओनली MDO नेक्स्ट 25 ईयर्स, अगर हम ये अमृत काल का अगर देखना है ड्रीम, तो ये 25 ईयर्स MDO इज आल्सो मैचिंग, बोथ आर मैचिंग. सो वी हैव टू, सिंस ऑलरेडी वी हैव लास्ट 4 ईयर्स, यू सी कंपनी लाइक NLC तालबेरा स्टार्ट कर दिया, सेकंड वाला भी अवार्ड कर दिया. WPDCL ऑलरेडी पाकुर में 1 ऑपरेटर 1 माइन 3 माइन्स ऑपरेट कर रहा, 2 to 3 माइन्स. सो एक स्मॉल कंपनी लाइक WPDCL वेयर माइनिंग इंजीनियर स्ट्रेंथ 5 भी नहीं होंगे, 2-4 एडवाइजर्स के साथ है. राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट, राजस्थान के एनर्जी सेक्रेटरी हमको बोल रहे थे उस दिन कि भाई जो MDO कर रहा है बराबर होगा कि नहीं, नहीं तो हमको भी कभी अंदर ले जाएंगे क्या। बस ही इज़ नॉट हैविंग माइनिंग का आइडिया। ये हमारे विवेक भारद्वाज साहब के बैचमेट अभी मिनिस्टर में जो सेक्रेटरी माइंस हुए हैं, इनके ओन बैचमेट है, बोला है कि वी डोंट नो, वी हैव अवॉर्डेड वेदर दे आर डूइंग वेल और नॉट, आई डोंट नो। तो परसा काटा में MDO स्टेज एट 40 किलोमीटर दूर में, क्योंकि वहाँ रोज़ का प्रॉब्लम है ही नहीं। इट्स नॉट लाइक झारखंड, यहाँ तो एक तो तंडवा खबर, तंडवा न्यूज़ हमारा बाकी भी होता है, मीडिया साथी लोग भी है, कहीं भी होने से छोटा मोटा भी है तो फास्ट नहीं होगा। तो इसमें हम लोग फास्टर फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस, लैंड क्लियरेंसेस, कल हमको SCCL CMD जो ex-CMD बोल रहे थे कि भाई SCCL में R&R का क्लियर कट पॉलिसी बना के MDOs को भी मतलब दे आर इन बिफोर द टेंडर दे आर डिस्क्लोजिंग। तो हम लोगों को भी रिक्वेस्ट, गिरीश राठौड़ को भी हमारा काफ़ी योगदान है, क्योंकि हम इनके साथ ही जो है ये जो चंद्रगुप्त एंड कोटरे बसंतपुर वी कुड अवार्ड प्रोसेस में ही इज़ वेरी मच एसोसिएटेड। सो वी शुड फोकस, गिरीश हो गए, इनामदार, इन लोग कि इसको R&R पॉलिसी को भी हम लोग लैंड डिपार्टमेंट करके हाउ बिफोर द गोइंग फॉर, जैसे संगमित्रा अभी हम लोग का जो 3rd टाइम टेंडर होने वाला, इस बार नो ड्रॉपिंग हुआ। फर्स्ट टाइम ओनली 2 पार्टीज, सेकंड टाइम भी 2 पार्टीज, एक पार्टी डिस्क्वालिफाइड, 3rd टाइम 0। सो वी हैव टू थिंक देर आर मार्केट में, जैसा DTO साहब एंड DTPP साहब बोले, फ्यू प्लेयर्स ओनली देर, क्योंकि उतना ह्यूज वॉल्यूम कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स एंड कैपिटल कास्ट इन्वॉल्व, तो टोटल मिला के 8-10 पार्टी भी नहीं होंगे, 7-8। अगर किसी को 2-2 कोई डिफरेंट स्टेट जिनको उसमें उनकी MDOs मिल गया, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि एवरीवेयर इतना ह्यूज कास्ट में हर जगह नहीं भर सकते। सो दिस इज आल्सो बी टू थॉट एंड 2 दिन का अच्छा ये हुआ, ये शुरुआत हुआ। तो आई रिक्वेस्ट इनामदार एंड आई अप्रिशिएट आवर GM CMC एंड टीम, लास्ट 10-15 डेज से कंटिन्यूसली आ रहा है, दे हैव मेड द स्टार्ट। जैसे सेक्रेटरी साहब सोचे, आनंद जी प्रसाद साहब भी थे उस टाइम में, 2-3 बार मीटिंग्स में, वी कुड एटलीस्ट स्टार्ट एंड जैसे एवोल्यूशन प्रोसेस है, ये 2 दिन का जो भी हमारा वट एवर रेजोल्यूशंस, इसमें अगर कुछ 5-7 भी होके ऑपरेशनल फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी एंड एग्जीक्यूशन में हमको हेल्पफुल होगा, इट विल बी ए बिग स्टेप। एंड इसके बाद भी मे बी 6 months गैप में भी हम लोग कर सकते हैं। इट कैन नॉट ओनली इन दिस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स लॉन्ग टर्म, अदर भी जो DTPP साहब बोल रहे हैं कि वी कैन गो, क्योंकि वी कैन ब्रिंग अदर जो है डिफरेंट फोरम में भी हम स्पीकर्स को बुला सकते हैं। थैंक यू वंस अगेन।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब हम हमारे आज के वैलिडेटरी सेशन के मुख्य अतिथि कोयला मंत्रालय से हमारे बीच उपस्थित आदरणीय श्री आनंद जी प्रसाद सर से इस सभा को संबोधित करने का निवेदन करते हैं। करतल ध्वनि के साथ हम इनका स्वागत करते हैं।
आदरणीय CMD साहब श्री प्रेम प्रसाद, डायरेक्टर्स ऑन द डायस, directors HCL Shri Sanjeev Singh, GM CMC, GM Mining from different subsidiaries. We are at the concluding session, validatory session of the 2-day workshop. Lots of suggestions are coming from all the bidders also, as well as the participants. They have suggested many things. In fact, I would like to request them to make suggestions, written request through email, which has been mentioned, gmcmc.ccl@corintia.in, so that it can be considered and a more valuable and a document which is dependable document can be formulated, which is available to the bidders, which in line with their expectations as well. And we can see more participation in the future MDO documents. One thing I would like to mention, that since the document is evolving, in fact, there have been some questions on the framework also. So any change in structure is also welcome. But what I feel is the document is very structured, and in case you want to change, you should have a proper framework, suggestive framework also. Suggestion should be very precise, so that a call can be taken on such suggestion. Another thing is that there are several companies have already taken lead, like NTPC and other agencies. So we can have a look on their document as well to get an idea that what has been the what has been the thought behind the process for evolving the document, and that can be considered if it is valuable. It is required that you can take the changes from those documents into our document if it is considered significant. Secondly, I would like to say that we have had a long way for evolving this document, and CCL has taken lead. I congratulate Prasad Saab for taking this lead, that 3 tenders have been finalized by CCL, and it has been learned that 2 more projects have been approved by SCCL board, that is Madannagar and Pelma. So total tally goes up to 8. So hopefully the documents will be signed in the coming days, and we'll have more of such events. Another aspect is some of the documents which have been signed earlier, where agreement has been signed earlier, there are difficulties, and these difficulties need to be removed. If this can be removed either mutually in consultation with by the bidders and the management, it would be very nice, because these are operational difficulties, and this should be considered. In fact, this will hasten the pace of development of the project. That would be nice if the management takes up. In fact, as GM, CMC of the subsidiaries who are here can take up the call from the bidder, whatever their suggestion is, whatever their request is. So if that can be addressed beyond that contract framework, if it is possible to address them, I think that needs to be considered. That will increase the availability of coal at an earlier point of time, and they won't be able to, they won't be needed to pay the charges for the delay. So that will also help. One more thing is that yesterday I had this discussion with Chief Secretary Jharkhand, and in fact he was pointing out 2 things relating to the FC, primarily is FC and EC. He suggested that coordination committee should be there in the states to facilitate this, and none existed at this point of time. I don't know why he made this suggestion. I think the initiative should be taken by CCL management to formulate such coordination committee to facilitate rehabilitation and other clearances as well. It can be taken. It will actually enhance the pace of the clearances and rehabilitation also, because many projects are stuck up. More than 25 projects are in the pipeline in CCL. Those are there, and it has been there on the list for a pretty long time. In fact, similar list is also there in a number of other subsidiaries as well. Like SCCL, WCL has number of projects in the pipeline, and they are not seeing the light of the day. So my suggestion would be to enhance the pace and set up whatever mechanism you can set up to make it operational. Next, I would like to discuss about the discontinued mines. Several mines are there which are lying idle. In fact, a number of mines have already been identified. But being the general manager, being the responsible person in the subsidiary, everybody needs to make effort towards this, that you identify such mine. If we cannot operate, at least we can give it to some person, some entity who can run those mines with their technology and make it operation, make coal available to the nation, because we are running short of coal and its availability, because most of the mines are underground mines, and good quality coal actually falls within that leasehold. So if we can make it operational, in fact, what we need is that many of the mines, discontinued mines, we don't have the basic data, some of the plans, some of the information relating to such mines. If it can be gathered in time before customizing the documents, so that needs to be. That quality of documentation needs to be improved. Even in all future mines also, you need to have a proper documentation system in such mines, so that you're not at the loss of data after the mine operation. If it is discontinued, needs to be needs to be preserved for a long time. One question was raised to me relating to optimum capacity for departmental versus the contractual capacity. One lady from E&M department from CCL has raised this issue. Well, I mentioned that there is nothing like that because there is a scarcity of coal. So by whatever means we achieve this, so it is immaterial whether it is departmental or it is contractual. So we need to, but as a business entity, you need to look at this also, because contractors have a tendency to look at their business prospects, their profitability. They turn away when the business is not profit. They will likely to quit the contract. So we need to have certain workout, but we have not till date worked out any such optimization net calculation. And some of the suggestions which have come from the bidders are also welcome. In fact, some of the bidders have suggested many drastic changes in the documents. I think that needs to be considered by GMCMC. I think it will be taken up at the issue collectively at CIL level. Rest all, one more thing is capacity building is the key to all. In fact, mine capacity building is key to production. So as the contract capacity, a contractual knowledge, capacity building is also important for formulation of the document. So form a team, form a group, discuss the different aspects of the contract document, discuss the aspects of the mine document and the project report, because project report is a integral part of it. We need to address all the issues of the mine. So address both the concerns of the mine and concerns of the provisions of the document. Both the document needs to be dovetailed and put into proper shape before putting it to tender. So I wish you all the best. I think any suggestion, please take it forward, and hopefully we see more evolved document in future. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels started rolling months in advance, and participants from different subsidiaries and areas of CIL and CCL traveled all the way from different parts of the country to attend this workshop and made this event a grand success. Hence, as a token of appreciation, we would like to invite each and every participant from different subsidiaries, subsidiary-wise, on the stage, and we will be providing with a token of appreciation along with a certificate. I would request all the participants to please enter from this end of the stage, collect the certificates, and then please be seated and grace the event and encourage other participants as well. I am handing over the mic to
To start with, हम सबसे पहले स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहेंगे CIL मुख्यालय से आई हुई टीम को, and to start, I may please call upon Shri G. Girish, General Manager, CMC Coal India Limited. Shri J. Majumdar, Chief Manager Mining, Coal India Limited. Shri Rajesh अब हम SECL के पार्टिसिपेंट्स को स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहेंगे। श्री दुष्यंत ओझा, मैनेजर माइनिंग SECL, श्री पुष्प राजप्रिया, चीफ मैनेजर माइनिंग SECL, श्री गीत चतुर्वेदानी, डिप्टी मैनेजर माइनिंग SECL, जितने भी हमारे SECL के पार्टिसिपेंट्स इस हॉल में मौजूद हैं, आप कृपया स्टेज पर आने का कष्ट करें। Now we request all the participants from ECL to please come on the stage, and I request our chief guest Shri Anandji Prasad sir to kindly hand over them the participating certificates. Team ECL.
Now I would request team BCCL to please come on stage. Team BCCL is with us on the stage. Team CMPDIL, please come on the stage. Including RIs. Next team is team WCL. I would request Abhi Prasad sir to provide the token of appreciation to team WCL along with Gumasta sir. We have with us team WCL on the stage.
And now, I would like to call upon Team NCL, Northern Coalfields Limited, to please join us on stage. Team NCL. Team MCL, please join us on stage. Mahanadi Coalfields Limited. I would request Shri Gomasta sir and Director Finance Mishra sir to please, and our Director Personnel Shri H.N. Mishra sir to kindly hand over the participating certificates and the moment of and a token of appreciation to our participants from Team MCL. कोल इंडिया SECL और इसके अलावा किसी भी और टीम के पार्टिसिपेंट्स को अगर मोमेंटो नहीं मिला है तो वो काइंडली स्टेज के पास आके कलेक्ट कर लें.
All those members who were involved in organization of this workshop from CCL will be given the certificate of appreciation from our director sahab, and it will be given to all of you. So you need not worry, we all are there for this organization, and it has been very good experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I may please call upon Shri R.R. Srivastav, General Manager, CMC, CCL, to propose the vote of thanks.
Hello. May I want to speak something? Hello. May I want to speak something on behalf of participants? Myself, Suvasis Swain from SCCL. On behalf of all participants, I want to congratulate team of CCL for conducting and organizing such a outstanding workshop on these 2 days. The team has taken a lot of pain and endurance to perform or organize such an event. So I humbly request all the participants to stand up and give a standing ovation to team of CCL. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Respected Sri Anandji Prasad, Project Advisor, from Ministry of Coal, our today's chief guest. Respected Sri PM Prasad, CMC, CCL, Sri S.K. Gumasta, DTPNP, CCL, Sri R.B. Prasad, DTO, CCL, Sri Pawan Kumar Misra, DF, CCL, Sri Harshnath Misra, DP, CCL, and Sri Sumit Kumar Sinha, CBO, CCL. I am extremely happy and privileged to be part of this MDO contract, which has been organized for 2 days. First of all, I would like to express my heartiest gratitude to our chief guest of this workshop, Sri Pramod Agrawal, Chairman of Coal India Limited, and guest of honor, Sri Dr. B. Reddy, Director Technical, Coal India Limited, and Sri Manoj Kumar, CMD, CMPDI, for giving CCL this opportunity to conduct such a specialized workshop, and also to be a part of inaugural session yesterday. I am also extremely thankful to our head, Sri PM Prasad, CMD CCL, for his continuous guidance and support for successful organization of this workshop. I am equally thankful to our Director DTPNP, Sri S.K. Gumasta, Director Technical Operations, Sri R.B. Prasad, Director Finance, Sri Pawan Kumar Misra, Director Personnel, Sri Harshnath Misra, CBOs, Sri Sunit Kumar Sinha, for sparing their valuable time from busy schedules and to join us for this workshop. You, sir, your presence itself has given us a lot of more motivation to keep going on with our utmost effort toward the achievement of this objective of this workshop. In these 2 days, we have many eminent speakers with us. We have given valuable insights into this topic. I am sure this will be extremely helpful in dealing with various clauses of MDO bid document at our workplaces. I am thankful to Sri Anandji Prasad, Project Advisor MOC, as a speaker, Sri A.K. Rana, ex-director CMPDIL, B.R. Reddy, ex-CMD SECL, Sri Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Director Mining HCL, Sri MP Siva, DGM SBI, General Manager of MCL, CCL, and team of CMPDIL. I extend my thankful to all our respected delegates who have come from different subsidiaries and who have made valuable addition to this workshop with participation in this discussion and the queries which you have asked. Several thanks to the press, media member for covering all the events of this workshop. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all our committee members, different departments such as ENT, town administrations, PROs, CSR, EMM, administration, security, medical, civil, operation, PNP, finance, MM, and MS, and other to make this event successful. One thing I would like to say, so many suggestions come, so many queries have been made in this workshop. Certainly we would like to accumulate all these and a final solution will be evolved for this. But that will be, I think, will be for the future tenders to come. Yeah. Actually, problems occurs after the tender has been awarded. Post-tender changes is not possible, has not been possible. Rather I should say it's very difficult to modify. So there should be some scheme actually. The contract which has been awarded earlier, and today the situation has changed. So accordingly, the changed situations which have been made part of the this tender, yes, coming tenders. So some of part of this should be included in the future tenders also, where there is no financial impact. So a scheme or a process should be involved for this, so that for the ease of working, and there should be a win-win situation for both MDO and the company as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. धन्यवाद. अंततः मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी that every day holds the possibility of a miracle. So keep hoping for the best and keep shining. And thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience and making this event successful. आप सभी के लिए tea and snacks are waiting outside. Please join us there. Namaste, Jai Hind.